Okay, I need to answer. It's a phone call, long distance phone call, okay? Hola, hola. Bien, mi amor, permíteme tantito. Déjame, me salgo. Sí, permíteme. No me cuelgues, no me cuelgues. Ahorita vengo, okay? Beto Memo, just a second, please. I'll be back. Then, okay. So, here, let me see, let me read Memo's chat. Hi, yes, that's Beto Memo. Okay, be very welcome, Memo. You are connected. That's fantastic. And let me show you here the attendance today is almost null. No, we still have 3 nice people. Yeah. All right. I guess there's another one, but she went on. Oh, I need to get it here. Just a second. On TV. Yep. Okay, there we are. Oh, yes, please do it on your favor as you. Yes. Okay. No? Okay. I'm going to change it to HD number 2, probably. There. Yes. There we are. Okay. So let's begin. According to our plan, we have lots of things to do. Let me open and share with you our classroom. Let me share it with Memo. Here. Here and here. So I hope you are also working not only with your strategies, making like your summary, but also try to work on vocabulary because there's too much and we barely have time to see the important strategies and vocabulary. We can't do much. Basically, you just need to learn it and practice. That's it. So for today, look, this is a class before our second exam. So next class, we will be having our second exam because it's always every 5 classes. I mean, on the 5th and the 10th And today it's our 9th class, September 14. Let me make it published. Okay. De una vez, so you can see it. Next Saturday, you should try to be here on time to do it as we are arriving. And yeah, and try to be here because then later on there's a little problem when you do not take the exam on time. So let me see, it's 32. Okay. So it will be published, I hope. So yeah, and for today, according to the plan, we are not at the pace that we are supposed to be, but anyway, listening skill, it's only listening skill 17. I think in listening we are not that bad because we have moved on, we have advanced. And in structure, I guess that was one of the latest things that we were doing, no? We were working with structure. Up to which one? Can you check on your book? Structure, pages 100 something, 120, 115 probably. Structure. 112? 112?
No, the strategy number 12.
Oh, we have finished number 12, or we are about to?
I think we finished it.
Oh, great. We finished skill 12. Okay, so we're doing fine. Because according to the program and the calendar that we have, I guess I need to send you the second page because we send it to the group and we just send the first page, but let me send to the group so you will know according to the program how far are we. And let me see, TOEFL. Okay, here we are. Okay, let me send you the next page for you to have it. Okay, session 9, which is today, class number 9. And we are supposed to arrive up to skill 17 on page 55, 58, but I'm not so worried about listening. We can still wait. We need to go ahead in structure. Structure, let's try to work probably 1 or 2 structures more, no? So we can, 2 more skills so we can move ahead and go into reading because we are not doing anything yet about written. So let's work strongly today on structure and reading skills. Yes, we started, but I think we barely reached to the 3rd or 4th on reading, no? How many skills did we reach in reading? Pages 300. 6? Ah, that was also great. Anyway, we are supposed to be in order. We're supposed to reach today up to number 13 on reading. Oops. Yeah, that makes almost the double. Okay, so what would you like to do first? Structure or reading? You decide. Structure. So we are fresher, no? Yeah. Okay, great. So then now I'm going to change the share. Beto Memo, we are going to work with structure, okay?
Hey, teacher.
Great. So this is structure. And we are probably, which skill number 12? 13 now. Okay, let me just calculate, probably page 20. 10, okay, near. Well, we can probably make a short review. in skill 10. Okay, look back and tell me what you remember on your notes, from your notes about skill number 10. What is it about?
We learn about who subject and who object.
Great, okay. And that is marking us what? Recognizing whether we have it in the subject or in the object will allow us what? To remember? Sorry?
The subordinate? No.
The subordinate clause, yeah, having the subordinate with who subject or who object, what subject or what object marks also. Well, not in the first part, because in this case, it's as a subject. So we can never eliminate the connector, remember? That's an important key. When who, what, whoever, I mean, the connector as a subject is used in a subordinate sense, we cannot omit it. We necessarily have to use it. Okay, and number 11, what does it tell us about? Well, I don't know if it was before number 9, probably when it is an object, when it is whose subject, what's the situation? Let me see backwards. Ah, yes, we had it one before. Noun clause as an object. Who object or what object, or even when, no? That was like an object. We had that possibility with when, but it was not exclusive. Remember that we can also have it with what, with when, where, why, how, whatever, whenever, etc. And we need to detect that the connector is used together with the subject, okay? But not in this case. Here we have options, and we needed to detect the relationship with what? Could be in the subject or could be in the object. So whether the noun is in the subject or in the object. But the key to adjectives is to have a noun. Without a noun, we can't use an adjective. Who do I criticize if I don't have the person to be criticized? No? Yeah, so adjectives are usually defining or describing nouns. Consequently, we need a noun before the adjective clause.
I just have a question. I have on my notes that the adjective connector could be omitted,
Yes.
but in which cases?
In which cases it can be omitted? Well, it depends. If we're talking, for example, in this case about an adjective clause where we have, in this case, the subject is there. So we can say the woman is filling the glass, and then which glass? I need to define the glass to be more specific. And then I say the glass that or which, that or which she put on the table. Since I have she put on the table, that is optionally used and it can be omitted because we have a subject. Okay, so the woman is filling the glass she put on the table. The glass she put on the table. Which glass? The one she put on the table. Not necessarily the connector that or which she put on the table, because we have a subject. The problem is when we do not have a subject. then the connector is playing double role as a subject and as a connector. And if we drop it, then we are dropping the subject.
In the skill 12.
Exactly. In the following, we talked about that. That was like kind of catching the exact idea. Okay, take a look at this. Adjective clauses can be with who, or in this case, whom, which, and that. And they are, in this case, like applied to a previous noun to be described. Doesn't matter if we are in the complement of the original using the adjective in the subject of the original sentence. So this was a little bit the difficulty last class, because we were talking about two different senses. One, which is the main clause, which has subject, verb, and complement. And inside the subject or inside the complement, we can have an adjective clause there. Now, the adjective clause can be like the subject or the object of the subordinate, not on the main, but inside the subordinate. And like, for example, here, I like the book. That's the end of the sentence, but I want to clarify which book. So I use an expansion with a subordinate adjective clause, which is remitting me to the book. But if you see, in the adjective clause, we have a subject, and which is representing the book in the object position on the adjective clause. Though it is related to the complement of the original sentence, inside the adjective clause, again, the book is in the object. And that's why we have whom for people, because the we said is representing the object position of who. The who I am looking for is in the object of the subordinate sense. It may be in the subject or the complement of the main clause. It doesn't really matter in that case. What matters is inside the adjective clause, do I have the relationship to the noun as a subject or as the object of the subordinate? So we have to go like inside to see how it is going. So take a look at this again. I liked the book. Subject, verb, and complement the book together with a subordinate in the complement. Now, the book is again referred in the subordinate by which is representing the book from the original sense. Now, the book is also mentioned in the subordinate because you recommended a book, which is the same book in the original. In this case, I can see that which is a which adjective clause in an object position. Because it is representing the book, which is the object of the subordinate, not only the object of the main, but it is an object adjective clause because it is relating the book in the object position in the description. You recommended a book. And that is the sentence that is related to the original, I like the book. So we have like a connection with a book in the original sentence in the main, and again, the book in the adjective clause. But since in this case, in the adjective clause, the book is in the object position, we can say that this is an adjective clause in an object position. Not because of the main clause, but because of the adjective clause. Now, looking at the second example, will confirm what I am saying. The book which you recommended was interesting. The main clause is the book was interesting. The book now is in the subject of the main clause, but inside the subject, there is an adjective clause, and which is making the relationship between the subject of the main and the object in the adjective, because it is still in the object. You recommended the book.
So in the first could be like a subordinate, and in the second would be a predicate.
No, it is still a subordinate. In both examples, it is exactly the same. Both are subordinate adjective clauses, and both are object subordinate. Even when in the first, it appears in the complement of the main, or in the second, it appears in the subject of the main. So what really matters is what role the connector, which or whom or that, is playing in the subordinate. And in the subordinate, it is not the subject. The subject is you in both. So which is representing the object of the subordinate. Regardless, it appears in the complement of the main clause or in the subject. It seems like a little, huh? Going crazy talking about it, but remember that we have two sentences. One is the main, like the mother, and the other one is like the baby inside, which can be either inside the subject or inside the complement of the mother sense. Now, once we notice that it is in the subject here or in the complement here, going inside the subordinate, we see that we have a subject, you, and that we have a verb, and which is representing the object of the subordinate. Got it?
Yeah.
I think it was clearer now.
Yeah.
In which there's no real evidence recognizing it unless we analyze it, but with whom is easily recognized, because whom with the represents that it is the object of the subordinate. So we might probably want to write in this review another example with who. Okay, so let's try to use this very closely similar structure. Oh my God, that's too big. Let me reduce the size, is 72%. Okay, let me do it 24. Okay, let's say I liked the boy or the girl, for Fernando, if you want it. I like the boy, let's say, whom you were talking with. Okay?
Yes.
So the boy is in the main sentence, is in the complement. But the boy in the subordinate is represented with whom, because the boy is really the object of the subordinate. You were talking with a boy. So I like the boy, and you were talking with that boy. So in the subordinate, I use whom to represent that the boy in the subordinate is the object and not the subject, because the subject is you. You were talking with that boy, and I liked that boy. So I liked the boy whom you were talking with. Now, in this case, Fernando, answering your question, since you have a subject in the subordinate, this whom is optionally used. You see? It is optionally used because this whom is not the subject, it's the object. So I can omit it because I have it already before. I like the boy you were talking with. That's like the simplified version. However, for the TOEFL test, we need to be able to recognize this in a more formal manner, which would be using whom and not dropping it. And probably on an exercise that you would need to distinguish whether using who or whom or which or that, this would be important. No? All right, so let me just show it here. Probably I'll need to reduce it in size again. Memo, is this fine with you? Or are you falling asleep in the middle of the explanation?
I'm okay. I understand.
Okay, great. Great. I'm happy with that. I like the boy whom you were talking with. Now, there's another option here. Additionally to omitting the whom, there's another which happens to be even more formal than using whom. Nobody, somebody? Misplacing something. Saying, okay, let me make it bigger again for you. Okay, I guess I'm gonna copy it, sorry, and omit my tools from Zoom and using the texter here. Okay. Sometimes it doesn't work as fast as I want to. Okay. Okay. And this is one option. I liked the boy whom you were talking with, or another option, even more formal, switching something, misplacing something. Well, not misplacing, changing the place of something. How would it be? I liked the boy with whom you were talking. Sorry. You were talking. And in this case, in this position, you have no option to eliminate whom. Because with is forcing with whom. All right? And this is also correct in, let's say, formal English. It is considered formal English. So you may expect to find this type of construction on the exam. And you will have to decide which is the best option for this question. I like the boy. A, who. B, whom. Or let's say that. C, which. And for with whom. No? And then you would need to decide which one is the best. Or nothing. Or nothing. That could also be correct. Okay. So this was skill, what number? 11? 11. Having adjective position. Understanding understanding object position of the subordinate. Okay, were you here last class? Yeah, okay, good. Look, here we have who and whom and subject, whose subject, whom object. Here I made an appointment. I have an example here. No, I made an appointment with the doctor and you recommended the doctor to me. Come on, make it. Without looking, just out of this. I made an appointment with the doctor. You recommended that doctor to me. How would it be? Make it like an adjective. I made an appointment. Let me abbreviate it. With the doctor. With the doctor. The many different options. Give me an option. This is option A. I made an appointment with the doctor. Let me pass it here to the front. I'm using the shortened form. Just I'm the best. I have subject. You recommended. I don't need strictly the connector. Now, B, option B. I made an appointment with doctor, yes, whom you
Doctor that you recommend.
Oh yeah, exactly. And that is less formal. Yes.
We look at formal and the first
Yes. The first one, letter A. I made an appointment with the doctor. With the doctor. With the doctor. That, exactly, that you recommended. Okay, that's good. A and B in this case are like not so formal, are a bit informal. Okay, now letter C. Let's do it gradually from informality to formality. I made an appointment with the doctor. Let me take this home from. With the doctor who you recommended. And that is also correct. But more formal. Oh, I erased it. Who you recommend. And letter D, the most formal of them all, I made an appointment with the doctor. What? Whom you recommended. This, you will not listen to it so often because it is not so spoken. It is written, formal written language. Similarly, you will not expect to have this less formal in a written language. if it is a formal paper, a serious paper. You wouldn't use that because that is highly spoken language. Similarly, letter D is mostly written language, or probably an old man. Probably an old man would say that because he's very classic, no? And I would say, I made an appointment with the doctor whom you recommended, young lady, no, young man. All right, got it. This is important, okay? Well, let me now reduce the size so it would fit somewhere here as a note. Okay, probably here. All right, so this is reviewing what we saw last class. Okay, now we continue. We step ahead. Skill 12. What was it about?
Connector, but like subject, and it's not necessary, but we have to, well, in the exercise, we
Okay. If the adjective clause is in the subject position, then you don't have a subject, only the connector representing the subject. Therefore, it's not possible to be omitted. It is precisely the other one we saw. That's why we could omit it here. The doctor I made an appointment with the doctor you recommended.
sorry, I think that the 12.
Yes.
The skill 12, you can do it, no? The glass is on the table. The glass that is on the table. You can.
No, you can't because it is in the subordinate. Take a look at this. The woman is filling the glass. Main. Is it okay? Can you see it better?
Sorry, I read wrong because
yes.
Can't,
exactly. It can't be. I mean, the situation here, it's impossible to omit it because if you omit the connector, what are you omitting? The subject. And in English, we can't have a sentence without a subject. Yeah? So that's like just looking carefully. Now, again, I insist, the main sentence says the woman is filling the glass, but then I do not recognize exactly which glass you are talking about. So I go asking, which glass? The glass that is on the table. So I am using that is on the table to define the glass.
we can drop that is.
Well, that in that case, you are dropping the adjective clause. Then there is no clause. Yes, if you drop that is, of course, it can be correct, but then you are having only one sentence. Y ahí ya nada más tienes una oración, ya no tienes dos. The woman is filling the glass on the table. How many sentences do you have there? No, only one.
And a big complement, no?
Yeah, with a longer complement, but you don't have an adjective clause. And what we have here is adjective clause. So that's why we need a second sentence. With a second sentence, I can have an adjective clause, which is a subordinate. But if I don't have a subordinate sentence, then I only have one sentence, the main. The woman is filling the glass on the table. Yeah, okay. Only one verb, only one subject, only one verb, only one complement. Ah, that's good. But what I want is to be more specific about the glass. But I don't want to do it in a phrase with a prepositional phrase on the table. I want to do it with a complete sense. Subordinate, but complete. What do I mean complete? Because I have a subject, a verb, and a complement, even if it is subordinated to the glass. Okay, so the woman is filling the glass that is on the table. Who or what is on the table? The woman? The glass. The glass is the subject of the subordinate. So here we have a subordinate adjective clause in the subject position inside the complement of the main clause. So you see, the definition of this sentence is quite long. ¿Qué tenemos aquí con el that is on the table? ¿Qué tipo de oración es that is on the table? Pues es una cláusula adjetiva en posición de sujeto, que está dentro del objeto de la oración principal. Too wordy, no? To be clarified. Now, what do we have on the second example? Tell me. The glass that is on the table contains milk. We have an adjective clause, a subject adjective clause in the position of the subject of the main sentence. Como tengo dos oraciones, tengo que definir dos posiciones. Esta adjetiva es sustantiva, adjetiva en posición de sujeto, pero está dentro del sujeto también de la principal. Entonces, el that es sujeto de la subordinada que está dentro del sujeto de la principal.
¿Es un sujeto grandote? ¿Entonces no otro sujeto?
Exacto, su sujeto con su oración. Entonces, si la vemos como la mamá que les digo, o sea, está dentro del sujeto la oración subordinada, que ahí por dentro, pues también es el sujeto, el mismo glass. El glass está como en doble sujeto, sujeto de la principal y sujeto de la subordinada. Mientras que aquí es sujeto de la subordinada y objeto dentro del objeto de la principal. Y aquí no. All right. Well, this is the last thing we saw last class about structure. Let's move on. No problem, Beto Memo?
No, teacher.
Okay, great. We have a large audience. 2 people, Beto and Memo. You see, we have 2 in 1. All right, so we did this, right? Miren aquí, y quiero que vean cómo aquí, porque aquí no está el whom que estaba en el cuadro anterior. Aquí está el who. Y el which y el that otra vez. Pues porque este es sujeto. Este es el who sujeto, mientras que el otro who con la opción del whom es objeto. Okay. Hi there. Okay. So we still have more examples. She needs a secretary who types fast. Aquí yo podría tener la opción con el whom. Preguntó. ¿El who qué posición tiene? Subject. I can't. Whom is only exclusively object. That's why we put the Think of it as him, them, no? Object. A secretary who types fast is invaluable. What is this who doing here? What position? Subject again. Subject in the subject, and this is subject in the object. ¿Sí o no? ¿Así lo podemos abreviar? Este who es subject in the object or in the complement. ¿No? Y este es who, subject in the subject. Es un sujeto dentro del sujeto. Got it? All right. Did we do the exercise? Because I don't see any mark. Did we do it? Did we check? Okay, no problem there. Can we move to skill 13 then? Creo que trabajamos esta o no analizamos la de los zapatos, the shoes which matched the dress that was on sale. Y dijimos que esta estaba bien o estaba mal.
Estaba mal.
¿Por qué? Díganme. ¿Cuál era la conclusión? We don't have a complete sense. No tenemos idea completa, tenemos puras subordinadas. O sea, subordinadas que dependen de un sustantivo. En este caso, el shoes, el which depende del shoes. Y el that depende del dress. Pero, ¿y dónde está la oración principal? We saw that. The shoes, parenthesis, which matched the dress. Which dress? That was on sale. Son puros comentarios adicionales. ¿Dónde está la idea principal de los shoes? ¿Qué te quería decir yo acerca de the shoes? Porque el which está subordinado al shoes y el that está subordinado al dress, que te platicó del match the dress, ¿no? Entonces, ¿dónde está el verbo principal de the shoes? El sujeto original. No había.
If we remove that and we change was for where, it would be correct.
And dropping the that?
That?
Yes, yes. Okay, the shoes which match the dress, quitamos that, which is subordinate, y el was tiene que concordar con su sujeto shoes.
Where?
Entonces podría decir where. Exacto. Entonces una manera de corregir sería quitar that y conjugar was for shoes, plural. Y entonces sí, ya tendría dos verbos, pero uno para la subordinada which y el otro para el shoes, que es la principal. O bien la dejo tal y cual y le agrego el verbo de la subordinada, ¿no? ¿Qué pasa con esos shoes? Oh my God. I was doing something wrong here. ¿De dónde salió esto? It appeared all of a sudden. In the forest, many days are. Esta nota es bien importante, pero es para la siguiente. ¿Por qué estaba aquí? Bueno, déjenme la guardo. La voy a copiar. Más bien, la voy a quitar. Y yo no sé por qué apareció, no había nada. Oh my God, there's a phantom inside my computer. Okay. A ver, aquí. The shoes. Háganse cuenta que fuera como un paréntesis, que no lo es, porque es adjetiva, no es explicativa. Entonces, the shoes which match the dress. Which dress that was on sale. Todo esto es subordinado al de shoes, como en cadena, porque los zapatos combinaban con el vestido que estaba en oferta, ¿no? Pero entonces, ¿dónde está la idea principal de los zapatos que combinaron con el vestido que estaba en oferta? ¿Qué pasó con esos zapatos? Were not so cheap, ¿no? Que era lo que decía, pues no estaban tan baratos después de todo, pese a que estaban en oferta, no estaban tan baratos o eran de marca original, ¿no? Entonces, the shoes were not so cheap. Muy bien, eso es lo que te quiero decir, that the shoes were not so cheap. And then you could ask me, which shoes are you talking about? The shoes which match or that matched the dress. Which dress? the one that was on sale. Yeah. So that's it. So that's another possibility of making it correct. Y entonces aquí tendríamos una principal con dos subordinadas, que eso también es posible. I can have more than two, more than one, more than two if I want it. I could find, I don't know, 5 subordinates as long as I have one main. But if I don't have a main, I can't have even one subordinate.
Could be like when you say like, I have a friend that have a cousin that have a.
Yeah, exactly. That. No? Yes, that could be. But if I don't have a friend, I cannot say the cousin and the friend of the cousin and the boyfriend of the girlfriend of the cousin. No.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay, so that's it. In order to have a subordinate idea, I necessarily need a main idea. And then I can include a subordinate in the subject or two subordinates in the subject as this one. And then in the complement, I can add one more subordinate or 2 or 3 subordinate in the complement without any problem. Subordinate sentences can come inside the subject or inside the object or complement. Remember that when we talk about object, we are probably talking about direct or indirect object. And then complement is the circumstantial complements. So I can have them wherever a noun is. En donde hay un sustantivo, le puedo poner un adjetivo. ¿Ok? ¿Y dónde necesito sustantivos? In the real grammar analysis, en un aspecto de gramática normal, ¿a dónde van los sustantivos? ¿En dónde encuentro a los sustantivos en una oración? En el sujeto, en el objeto directo, en el objeto indirecto, en el complemento circunstancial de tiempo, en el complemento circunstancial de lugar, en el complemento circunstancial de modo, en el complemento... O sea que ¿cuántas subordinadas podría yo tener? Infinite. As long as I have a noun, I can have a subordinate adjective clause. Because an adjective describes a noun. Wherever a noun is, it can be described. If the noun appears in the subject, I can have an adjective clause in the subject. And if I have an object, a noun in the object, I can have a subordinate to describe the noun in the object, etc., and so on and so forth. Okay? All right. So this is a little of review. Let's do this, okay? Vamos a hacer como para revisarnos de los skills 9 to 12, que es en donde empieza todo el noun clause and adjective clause and the different connectors that we are using, okay? So come on page, give me the page. It's skills 9 through 12.
121.
121, everybody. Are you there? Exercise skills 9 through 12. Okay. By the way, nobody asked me to upload the answer keys. And I said that I was going to be good enough to you to hand you the answer keys if you promised not to cheat on yourselves. Okay? But nobody asked me and I forgot. Sorry. So if you ask me next week, I'll do it. Okay. So there. Come on, go ahead. We don't even have an example in this type of recollection of skills. I'm gonna eat a piece of something because I'm getting low energy. Okay. Jenny, did you come last class, Jenny?
No.
You couldn't, right? Mhm. And Anna, we don't have Anna. Rarely, we rarely have Anna, right? Mhm. She's been absent 3 classes so far. Alma, you were here last class, right, Alma?
Yes.
Adriana? Both classes, yes, last class too.
Last class,
You didn't come? Okay. Sam came last class, but she didn't come today. Samantha. Karen. Here and here. Abril also. Juan Pablo.
the two forms of the exercise.
No, just, oh, there are two, in fact. Okay, let me see. Well, the first one is kind of challenging, no? How do you feel it? Ah, good. I guess it's a good idea. The second one is more the exam style,
Yes.
deciding. Let's do it. Okay, let's do both. Mhm. Danny, you were here. Ruben, did you come last class? Were you here last class? Yes. Yes, I think so. And Memo, did you come last class?
No, teacher, I absent the last class.
I was absent last class. Okay, but you are here today, which is good.
Yeah.
And Bruno, yeah, Bruno was here last class. Well, half of the class, I guess. No? And then he left, but okay.
How are you feeling? You have your answers ready? Both exercises? No? Mhm. Okay. I'm going to dictate the correct answers. Memo, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. Now give me the numbers of the structure of the exercises is 9 to 12. Okay, here it is. Okay, 9 to 12, the first one. Number 1 is incorrect. Number 2, correct. 3, incorrect. 4, correct. 5, incorrect. 6, incorrect. 7, incorrect. 8, incorrect. 9, incorrect. And number 10, correct. And in the second one, number 1 is A. Number 2, Danny. 3, baby. 4, Danny. 5, C. 6, C. 7, A. 8, B, baby. 9, baby. And 10, C. Second exercise?
Yes.
Or, yeah, the second exercise, number 2. Letter D of Danny. Is it okay for everybody?
Yes.
Number of errors in the first. 0. 1. Okay. Okay. Number of errors for the second. Oh my God, that's surprising. Okay. I was expecting many errors, but that's good. 1, 2, 2, Anita, 1. Good, surprising. The people proven 4. Yes, yes, because this is more challenging. 4. Memo, how about you on the second?
And the second, four
Okay.
errors.
Okay. That is precisely the type of exam situation that is giving us problems catching up. What's missing? Okay. So I guess the first one is not a big problem, is it? Just 1 or 2 that you would like to check from the first section, 9 to 12? One in particular that offers you confusion or misunderstanding? Or can we move directly? Okay, number 5 in the first, right? Okay. We have been told that we can live whenever want. Whenever we want. We need a subject. Yeah, sometimes when we read, we just put what is missing. We read what is missing. We provide it. Yes, whenever want. Whenever we want, because we were told. Okay, so it was just a subject missing. Just careful reading, Abril. That is telling you, be careful when you read. Beto Memo? Or Beto or Memo has any question?
I have a run in the number 5.
Number 5 too.
Yeah.
We have been told that we can live whenever
Want.
we want. Remember that whenever is a connector. And when we have this type of connectors, we always need a subject. Unless it is a subject adjective clause. Okay? So whenever we want. Okay. How about then in the next exercise? The problems. Number 5? Nothing before 5? 2. Okay. Let's see. We have it here. Number 2. Scientists are now beginning to conduct experiments on, notice that we have a preposition. And then trigger, which is a verb, trigger different sorts of health risks. Experiments on how the connector, how noise pollution can trigger. Okay, notice, how do we know that this is the correct? First of all, we have a preposition that is indicating like the necessity of a complement to a preposition, no? And we don't have whom, we don't have which, we have that, but with on, which is very formal at the beginning, we wouldn't use on that, we would use on which, because it's formality, and that is informal. So I don't have whom, I don't have which, I have that, which is not possible. Additionally, that we have noise pollution, and pollution is singular, and trigger would have an S. Triggers. That noise on that noise, no, on which noise pollution would be triggers. Third person. Singular, it, pollution. So experiments on how, okay, here we could not use on noise pollution can because we have no connector, no? On is indicating the necessity of a connector with whom, to whom, on which, but never without a connector, as in the case of letter A, never with that. When we have preposition at the beginning, we have always whom or which, but never that, okay? And now, on how, yes, on how noise pollution could be possible, letter C, it doesn't allow me, but letter C could be a good option on how noise pollution, but the verb trigger is not allowing me for the conjugation. Pollution is singular. I need triggers. Letter A and letter C, no, letter B and letter C would probably help me recognize the error because pollution is it. Noise pollution is it. And that automatically eliminates B and C. How noise pollution can trigger, yes, can trigger. We don't need to conjugate trigger because we have can. And on is only possible with a connector. Do you see what I mean? Aquí como que tienen que sacar sus estrategias profundas. Si yo tengo una preposición y en mis opciones, bueno, preposición, espacio, verbo. Si yo tengo preposición con un verbo, necesito un sujeto. Pero no puedo poner un sujeto con on y un sujeto porque necesitaría un conector. Y si justo lo que no tengo es el sujeto, necesitaría un conector sujeto, que podría ser un who, perdón. Pero como tiene un on, whom, pues necesito complemento. Entonces, no podría y no hay opción. Entonces, lo que necesito es que sea el complemento. El complemento es noise pollution can trigger on different sorts of risks or health risks. On how noise pollution subject can trigger verb. Aquí me pusieron el sujeto junto con el verbo, junto con el modal. And trigger is in agreement with can trigger. ¿Sí? ¿Se dan cuenta? Entonces, como que por eliminación, no sé si les sirva eso, pero por eliminación lo podemos ir haciendo. A ver, ¿dónde está el tache? No hay ningún tache por aquí. No tengo el símbolo de tache. No. Ok. Entonces, on no puede llevar un sujeto. Ok, está el verbo. Tengo que reconocer que trigger es verbo, eso sí. Porque ese podría ser un problema, que no sepa qué cosa es trigger. O ponle, deja que no sepas qué es, qué significa, pero sí que tiene función de sujeto, aunque no sepa su significado. Ahí sí es posible saberlo. Trigger different sorts of health risk. Algo diferentes tipos de riesgos en la salud. Entonces, scientists are now beginning to conduct experiments on conector. Este no, por eliminación, nunca va a llevar una preposición el that. El que puede llevar preposición antes es which o whom. De estos. El that no. Ahora, otro tipo de conectores, pues sí, por ejemplo, on how. Acerca de cómo, how, noise pollution sujeto, can, verbo, perdón aquí, can, verbo, verbo que continúa aquí, can trigger. ¿Ok? Entonces, por eliminación, elimino en automático este que no tiene conector, este que tiene un conector incorrecto y este que sí tiene el conector, pero no concuerda el sujeto pollution con el verbo trigger porque no está en tercera persona. ¿Se dan cuenta cómo por eliminación puedo hacerlo? Y entonces me queda on how noise pollution can trigger different sorts of health risks. Okay? Another number.
The number one.
Number one.
Yes, they had a confusion A and D.
A and D, exacto. Vamos a ver cuáles serían sus posibles para eliminar, ¿no? Eso es lo que tenemos como que aprender, a eliminar las opciones. Dolphins form, aquí está el verbo, los delfines forman. Dolphins form extremely complicated alliances and yo no sé qué es entities, pero aquí está, en todas está entities. Por la forma que tiene entities, me doy cuenta que es un plural igual que alliances y que entonces forman dos cosas, ¿no? Alliances and entities, ¿no? Entonces aquí el and me obligaría a pensar que necesito, pues, form complicated alliances and puede ser empties that continually change. Tengo sujeto. Form extremely complicated alliances and entities continually change. No, me faltaría un that. And entities that continually change. La de and that entities continually change. ¿Por qué el that? ¿Con qué uniría el that hacia atrás? ¿Y qué? And that entities, ¿no? Entonces el dan para, el and, ¿para qué? Si ya tengo el that, el and es conector y el that también.
For example, I discard the A
Ajá.
because continually change doesn't match with entities. I think it would be continually changes. Yeah? The
Ajá.
verb would be N.
Ajá.
Yeah, if you remove the and, then supposedly I don't know what's entities.
Ajá.
If we remove
And
the and that entities continually changes, no?
no, porque es plural, ¿no?
So when it's just plural and change, it's similar, so that's why it's carved that option.
Well, change is not singular, it's conjugated with they. Because if it is conjugated with empty, and then changes,
Okay.
this is a verbal situation, no? Okay, so dolphins form extremely complicated alliances and empties. Tanto las alliances and empties, ¿cuáles alliances y cuáles empties? That continually change. That te está describiendo a los empties y a los alliances. O sea, de todas maneras, aunque empty viniera en singular, tienes la unión de dos sustantivos, alliances and empties. They, ¿no? Continually change. So the correct one is letter A. Ahora, ¿por qué no son las otras? Porque tengo un and y el that, fíjense, en that, tendría que estar uniéndome dos subordinadas para que yo tenga un and justificado al lado de un that. Es como si yo te diera dos subordinadas una tras otra, que yo te dijera, a ver, déjenme la pienso porque tiene que estar muy elaborado. The glass that I left on the table and that you took, ahí sí quedaría el and that. ¿Pero por qué? Porque ya hay otra anterior que me permite unir el and con la siguiente, pero tienen que ser de la misma categoría. Entonces, si yo uno un and that, por ejemplo, para Anita también, que dijo, porque yo dudé con esto, el and that es porque ya tengo otro that antes. Si no, no tendría caso el and. ¿Sí? Entonces es como el ejemplo que les doy. The glass that you took and that is mine was dirty, ¿no? Entonces ahí tendría yo dos oraciones subordinadas. El vaso que tú tomaste y que era mío y que and that was mine. Entonces aquí elimino estas dos del that porque regreso y no veo que hay otro that antes. Entonces no puedo unir con un and that. Y entonces nada más me quedan estas dos. O sea, el pleito sería entre emities that and emities that are. Pero aquí ya tengo verbo. En emities that, acá está el verbo. Entonces no podría haber seleccionado esta porque es are y luego change. Pues ahí sería are changed en última instancia.
Maybe the verb change it.
Ajá. It would be into are changed. Passive voice. Okay. But it is not. It's not with a third person with S. It's not with in passive past participle. So it is in present with a plural subject for the subordinate. Okay. All right. It is challenging, but you really need to go like practicing, doing more and more. Okay. Any other number? Number 3, number 4, 5. Memo, is it okay?
Yes.
¿La 4 nadie la falló? Pensé que iban a fallar la 4. Great, that's good. Okay. Number 5. Aquí observen una cosa. Tengo el verbo is mandated, o sea, ordenado, es mandatario. Y entonces se supone que pues no tengo ningún conector, vean, no hay ningún conector antes, pero tengo otro verbo acá. ¿Qué piensas en automático? No hay ningún conector en medio, no hay un and, no hay un because, no hay un that, no hay un which. Pues entonces, ¿qué te falta para que haya dos oraciones juntas sin conector? Pues el conector. ¿Cuál tiene conector? Pues la C. ¿Sí se dan cuenta? Pero por eso quiero que vean cómo tienen que adaptar sus estrategias de la gramática que ya saben a su favor. O sea, yo lo que veo acá está el verbo is mandated y acá hay otro verbo, pero no hay ningún conector. A ver, lo repaso. At least 4 hours of hazardous material response training. No hay nada de conector. No puede haber dos oraciones sin conector. ¿Qué dijimos? O hay un punto y seguido un punto y coma. O un conector. O una coma por lo menos, ¿verdad? No hay nada de eso. Entonces, necesito un conector por lo menos al inicio. That all police officers, concuerda officers, plural with have at least 4 hours of hazardous material response training is mandated by federal law. ¿Dónde está el sujeto de esta oración? ¿Qué cosa es mandated by the federal law? Nada más 4 hours es mandated, o sea, 4 horas son mandadas. Exactly. Toda la oración subordinada, esta es oración sustantiva, no es adjetiva. ¿Por qué? Porque ella está en el sujeto. No hay un sustantivo antes que le esté poniendo el that o el which o el who para calificarlo. Ella es la oración sujeto. O sea, eso es mandatario por parte de la ley. Es un mandato de la ley. ¿Cuál es eso? That all the police officers have at least 4 hours of training. ¿Qué tipo de training? Hazardous material response training. Ese es el sujeto de is mandated by. Es lo que es mandado por el gobierno o exigido por el gobierno. Got it? Any other number? 7. Ok. ¿Qué ven aquí? ¿Qué es esto? Samsung developed a plan to incorporate police in enforcing environmental protection laws whenever it is feasible. ¿Qué tengo después de mi conector? Sujeto. Y solamente hay dos sujetos, el it, perdón, la letra A o la letra D. Pero el complemento es feasible, adjetivo, feasible, possible, necessary. It has necessary? No. It has necessity. ¿No? It has feasibility. Si aquí en lugar de feasible me hubieran puesto feasibility, entonces sí cambiaría la cosa. Porque aquí yo tendría feasibility, es un sustantivo, como posibilidad o factibilidad. Ay, no me quiso escribir. A ver, feasibility. Si yo tuviera feasibility, me hubiera ido por has. Whenever it has feasibility, cuando sea que haya factibilidad. Pero dice factible. Whenever it is feasible, whenever it is possible. Vean las terminaciones, también esto ayuda mucho. Feasible, blue, 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 possible, blue. Son adjetivos. Entonces, ¿con qué se lleva un adjetivo? Con el verbo to be. Es posible, es factible. No, tiene posible, tiene factible. So that helps. Y se fijaron, bueno, yo lo que hago es observo primero la oración. Yo ya la había leído, pero no, o sea, las contesto mentalmente, ¿no? Para no viciar aquí ya las respuestas. Entonces, yo lo que hago es voy leyendo y veo, fíjense, yo desde el principio me doy cuenta, este in es un prepositional phrase. No puede ser ni sujeto y mucho menos, pues, un conector para enlazar dos oraciones. Entonces, yo sé que está invertido. Es un complemento que está invertido. Entonces, busco, en primer lugar, acá está la coma que me implica invertir lo que va al final. Esto es un complemento de lugar, de tiempo, en este caso de tiempo, porque es en 1988. This is time complement. Y empieza el sujeto, por eso tiene la coma. Samson developed, sujeto el señor Samson, developed the action, a plan to incorporate police in enforcing environmental protection laws. ¿En qué año? In 1988. ¿No? Ok. Entonces, está invertido, por eso tiene la coma de inversión. Cuando empiezo por el complemento de tiempo o de lugar, hay una coma, ¿no? Cuando digo, por ejemplo, on Monday mornings, coma, I wake up at 5 o'clock in the morning. Ok. Empecé por el, ¿cuándo? On Monday mornings. Pero en realidad mi idea es I wake up at 5 on Monday mornings. Pero como lo cambio de lugar, agarro el prepositional phrase, que es el complemento, lo paso al principio y le pongo coma. Eso ustedes ya lo vimos, ya lo deben de recordar. Prepositional phrases in the complement positions. ¿Se acuerdan? Que hasta les dije, apréndanse la lista de preposiciones. Si la confunden con conector, pues mejor apréndanse las preposiciones que puedan, porque son una lista grande, ¿no? Entonces, aquí yo desde el principio me doy cuenta, esto no puede ser el sujeto, entonces lo busco, acá está, después de la coma, Samson developed, ahí está el verbo, es oración principal, Samson developed a plan, este señor desarrolló un plan y veo hasta dónde termina su complemento, a plan to incorporate policing, enforcing, otra vez una preposición, es complemento, enforcing, in enforcing environmental protection laws. Y encuentro el conector, whenever. ¿Qué me falta después? De when, whenever, where, wherever. ¿Ok? A subject. A subject. Para aquella oración necesito un sujeto.
¿Qué es? O sea, no tiene invitado, sino...
Adjective. 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 Feasible. Adjective. Feasibility, noun. Su sustantivo sería feasibility. Por eso, como es adjetivo, a fuerza tiene que ir el verbo to be. Yo no puedo poner un adjetivo sin verbo to be o algún verbo que sea sustituto de to be. Pero siempre que pongo adjetivo es para dar opinión. ¿No? So I say, she is pretty. Pretty, adjective. The verb is. Verbos sustitutos que pueden llevar acompañando, venir acompañando a un adjetivo. That would be like looks. She looks pretty. Probably she isn't pretty, but she looks pretty. ¿Se dan cuenta? O sea, está haciendo casi la misma función del is sin declararlo. Okay, so adjectives are usually coming along with a verb to be or any other alternative verb to be. That is something that you should always remember. Viendo nada más la subordinación, ¿eh? A partir de aquí yo veo que tengo conector y un adjetivo. A fuerza lo que necesito atrás es un sujeto y el verbo to be. No hay de otra. A lo mejor pudieron haberse equivocado poniendo el is, pero se comieron el sujeto. Pero este error, digamos que es menos grave que el haber puesto un has, por ejemplo. ¿No? Ok. Next number. ¿No? Everything goes fine there. ¿Supieron la 10? ¿No les costó trabajo la 10? Yo también pensé que la 10 les podía. Yes, a little bit. Oh. The fact that, esa es como una expresión, ¿eh? Ahí casi siempre. The fact that se convierte como una expresión. El hecho de que, ¿no? De que llegues temprano no significa que, the fact that the most important ratings period is, acá está el verbo principal, ajá, y the fact that, pues todo esto es el sujeto. Esto es, ¿no? Or is about to begin, that is about to begin, has caused, el verbo principal está acá, de hecho, has caused, ha causado, has caused all. Entonces aquí lo que me hace falta es mi conector. The fact that. Ahí está el that, porque esta es la oración principal, que ha causado todas las, ¿cómo se llaman? All three networks to shut up, todas las redes que se atasquen con sus horarios, ¿no? Entonces aquí me falta el conector. That the most rating period is about to begin, que está por iniciar, ¿no? El periodo de evaluación o rating de graduación. Ok.
And letter A cannot be because is
¿Este?
already.
Ajá. The fact of the most. Letter B, you said? Letter A. The fact is, ok. Aquí el fact sería tu sujeto y tu verbo sería is. Pero entonces, si tú pones un verbo y ya tienes dos, ¿qué pasa? ¿Qué piensas ahí? Que tienes tres verbos, entonces necesitas dos subordinadas o dos conectores, aunque no sean subordinadas. Two connectors. And I just have one. Aquí solo hay uno, el that. Es el único conector. Vean, todo lo demás no tiene conectores. So that immediately lets you know that this is not possible. Because you are adding one more verb. And if you add one more verb, that indicates one more subject, but also one more connector. Since I have two verbs, I just need one connector to join the two. Cuando son solo dos verbos, solo necesito un conector para unirlas. Pero si ya meto un tercer verbo, ¿cuántos conectores voy a necesitar? Two minimum. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah. All right. Okay, my people, what do we do now? Let's move ahead to skill 13, okay? All right, this is going to be really interesting too. Sentences with reduced clauses. Sentences with reduced clauses. This is like an introduction before the first skill with reduced clauses. This means that we have different types of reduced clauses. Clauses that are or have been intentionally reduced. These are intentionally reduced for economy of language. I don't want to be so expanded with another verb and subject and connector, so I wanna have it reduced. Something similar to what Jenny proposed in that about the glass on the table. That's quite similar, okay? Let's take a look at this. Because you wanted to reduce eliminating the verb, remember? Jenny wanted to eliminate that is on the table. What happens if I eliminate that is? Okay, nothing happens, it's correct. But now you don't have a sentence. Now you have a phrase. Similarly here, it is possible in English for a clause to appear in a complete form or optionally in a reduced form. Example, my friend should be on the train which is arriving at the station now. Now, what is arriving at the station? The train. So I use an adjective clause to the train. I am defining which train, the one which is arriving at the station now. But that is a complete adjective clause. Subject, which is arriving, the verb, and the complement. It's complete. Now, ok, aquí no viene, pero vamos a hacerla acá reducida. Well, yes, it is, ya viene aquí, miren. Cuando me tachan esto, I eliminate the connector and I eliminate the verb. That is what Jenny wanted to do. She wanted to eliminate that is on the table, and she wanted to eliminate that is. Connector and verb. Okay, you can do that. Yes, of course. But you have to know that this is a reducted form. What do you keep? The verb, in this case, in ing. So, my friend should be on the train arriving at the station now. And that could be correct. I am using an ing, but I am not having a conjugation in present, in past, and I am not having the connector nor the subject. That's fine. It's fine. It's optional. Now, look at the other one. Although it was not really difficult, comma, the exam took a lot of time. I want to reduce this, although it was, then I use the connector, but I eliminate the subject and the verb. Although not really difficult, comma, the exam took a lot of time. So it is a complete idea, but in a reducted manner. Aunque no tan difícil, también lo usamos nosotros, ¿eh? Aunque no tan difícil, el examen nos tomó mucho tiempo. Aunque no tan difícil, aunque no tan difícil. ¿Dónde está el verbo? ¿Y quién es el sujeto? ¿Quién no es tan difícil? ¿No? ¿Se dan cuenta? So we drop the subject, in this case, and the verb. ¿Por qué en esta eliminé el conector? ¿Quién me dice? Observen y comparen las dos. ¿Por qué aquí no eliminé el conector y por qué aquí sí? Although es el conector. ¿Por qué aquí el which, que es conector, por qué ahí sí y el otro no? Uno me cae gordo y el otro no, ¿o qué?
For the sense of the phrase, like get out or put up the although, and you only say it was not really difficult, maybe it could be different.
Well, if you eliminate the although, you are making a different sentence, claro. Si yo elimino el conector, estaré haciendo dos oraciones independientes. En el caso del although. Pero ¿por qué entonces en la otra sí? Fer.
Which is the subject?
Exactly. Which is the subject? What am I eliminating? The subject, not really the connector. Porque en esta, acá yo tengo el sujeto it y ese es al que me voy a ejecutar, no al conector. Pero aquí el conector es el sujeto. Por eso era importante reconocer en las anteriores si era whose subject, which subject, or that subject. Porque aquí me doy cuenta que el which es un which subject. Está ocupando el lugar del sujeto. Entonces, ¿a quién voy a cortarle la cabeza? Pues al sujeto. Que en este caso es sujeto y conector, pues ni modo, se voló también la cabeza del conector. Got it? Yes, there is a logical grammar reason for this. Ok, vamos a ver entonces. Bueno, y entonces dice, the first sentence shows an adjective clause in its complete form, which is arriving now, and it's in the reduced form, only arriving. The second sentence shows an adverb clause in a complete form, yes, although it was, and it is reduced with, although not really difficult, dropping the subject, dropping the verb. Okay? The two types of clauses can be reduced in English. Okay. Adjective clauses and adverb clauses. Estas dos pueden ser reducidas. Las adjetivas y las adverbiales, que fueron las primeras que vimos. A ver, chequen en sus notas en qué estrategia vimos adverb clauses. Porque las adjective clauses acabamos de pasarlas, están en la 11, 12, ¿no? Pero ¿en dónde vimos adverb clauses? Que vimos de contraste, de tiempo, de modo, de manera, de no sé qué, hicimos un cuadro aquí. Which number?
8.
Yes, probably. Yes, adverb clauses.
7.
7 and 8? Yes, we frequently take two strategies for the same. Esas son las que tenemos que saber que se pueden reducir. Okay? Now, here we have skill 13. Vamos de una por una. Adjective clauses now. Okay, use reduced adjective clauses correctly. Adjective clauses can appear in a reduced form. In the reduced form, the adjective clause connector and the be verb that directly follow it are omitted. Y ojo, estas adjective clauses son las que nos están poniendo aquí, son las de sujeto, porque tenemos adjective clauses de objeto. Pero estas son de sujeto. Por eso me llevo el conector, porque está en el lugar del sujeto. Okay, so let's look at it. The woman who is waving to us is the tour guide. La oración principal es the woman is the tour guide. Y quiero que me digas qué mujer, defínemela, describe the woman. The one who is waving to us, la que nos está saludando, is the tour guide. Es una cláusula adjetiva. Y me doy cuenta que es sujeto, en sujeto, cláusula adjetiva de sujeto, porque está el who sin sujeto, who y luego el verbo, who is waving to us. ¿Ok? ¿Qué hago aquí? Pues quito el sujeto y el verbo, to be. Attention, this is verb to be. This is a faculty that is applied directly to the verb to be. In present, in past, okay? In future, but only exclusively for the verb to be. So, the woman waving to us is the tour guide. Me quedo con el gerundio. I eliminate the connector, subject, and the verb to be, the be verb, okay? Another example, the letter arrived today, but which letter? I don't understand. Which letter arrived today? Ah, the letter which was written last week. Okay, we have the subject which and the verb to be impassive. I drop the subject and to be and I retain participle. Y me quedo con los participios. Los dos son participios, véanlos. El ing, present participle. Written, past participle. Entonces puedo hacer reducción con gerundio o con participio. In this case, active voice, passive voice. Y ahora sí, el ejemplo de Jenny. Aquí es the picture en lugar del the glass, ¿no? The picture that is on the table is full of iced tea. The picture, which picture? The one that is on the table. Can I drop that? The subject and is the verb, and I only retain a prepositional phrase. Fíjense, aquí cuando elimino me queda el gerundio, aquí cuando elimino me queda el participio, aquí al eliminar me queda la preposición, la frase preposicional. I can do that reduction then, okay? Oh my God, it's getting cold. My legs are getting colder, my knees too. You see, I am Mexican. Can you see that? Take a look at this. I didn't find, I was looking, I had the red blouse and the green scarf, but I didn't have anything white. So I went into my mom's closet. Yeah, and I took it. She was sleeping. I came so early, so she didn't notice. Okay, good. So let's see. Aquí viene la explicación. Okay, no problem. Another example, I don't understand. We are on the next page, okay? I don't understand. Look. The complement is the article. Ahora lo tengo en el complemento de la oración principal. Estas de acá, si se dan cuenta, todas estaban en el sujeto. ¿Sí? The adjective clause was related to the subject of the main sentence. Now, this other example is the noun in the object, in the complement part of the main sentence. Okay. Doesn't matter. Es el lugar en donde puede ir una adjetiva. Donde hay un sustantivo, puede ir una adjetiva. Y la puedo hacer reducida, if I want to. Okay? So, I don't understand the article. And somebody says, which article? Which one? Ah, the one which appears in today's paper. Ahora quiero que observen. ¿Qué verbo tengo? No tengo el to be. Appears in today's paper. ¿Cómo hago la reducción? I eliminate the subject connector and I also eliminate, well, not really eliminate, but I change the form of the verb into ing. Acuérdense que les insistí, un gerundio, un participio o una frase preposicional pueden ser elementos que me permitan la reducción. Pero aquí no hay presente continuo, no digo which is appearing. No importa. Which appears, which I eliminate which and I eliminate the subject and the verb, then I use the ing. So I don't understand the article appearing in today's paper y lo único que hago es ponerle el ing. No es voz pasiva, por lo tanto no le pongo participio. Okay, got it? All right. Then there's a note. It says, it should be noted that not all adjective clauses can be reduced. An adjective clause can appear in a reduced form only if the adjective clause connector is followed directly by a verb. In other words, bueno, aquí dice, in other words, an adjective clause can only be reduced if the connector is a subject. Okay? Solo las adjetivas en sujeto. Las adjetivas en objeto, there's no way of dropping the subject. Ahí no puedo quitar el sujeto. Okay? So, take a look at this. Fíjense bien, esta dice, the woman that I just met is the tour guide. La oración principal es the woman is the tour guide. Esa mujer o la mujer es la guía de turista. ¿Pero cuál mujer? That I just met. Esta no es sustantiva, o sea, esta no es de sujeto más bien. Esta no es adjetiva en posición de sujeto. ¿Qué es? De objeto o de complemento, porque el sujeto es I just met that woman. ¿Se fijan cómo el that woman viene como en la oración adjetiva en su objeto o en su complemento? Volvemos a lo mismo. La embarazada, vista, subject, verb, complement. Inside the subject or inside the complement, I have a noun, and the noun can be described with an adjective clause. If that adjective clause is in the object situation, I can't reduce it. Another example, the letter arrived yesterday. Which letter? The one you sent me, which you sent me. I have you. I have a subject. Aquí tengo un sujeto que está muy definido. No lo puedo quitar porque pierde definición. Mientras que en esta otra sí, porque este which es el mismo article que está definido inmediato anterior. Ahí no hay pierde. Pero si yo aquí quito which you sent me y digo sent me, ¿quién? ¿El article? ¿The letter? No. Aquí el sujeto es diferente al sustantivo al que describen. In this case, it's not possible to reduce. ¿En dónde vimos, en qué estrategia vimos estas que si están en su sujeto y si están en el objeto? Chéquenle, las acabamos de repasar. 11 y 12. 11 y 12. So it's going to be necessary to properly remember, properly understand 11 and 12 to be able to apply the reduction. Si yo no alcanzo a distinguir entre la 11 y la 12, entonces no voy a poder aplicar bien esto y me puedo equivocar. All right. More and more examples and more mentions. A final point. Okay, finally, todavía se les ocurre otra cosa. Yes, a final point to note that some adjective clauses are set off from the rest of the sentence with comas. Estas se les llaman explicativas porque traen una explicación no necesaria, sino adicional, comma before and comma after, representing a parenthetical remark. So, some adjective clauses are set off from the rest of the sentence with commas in between. And these adjective clauses can also be reduced. También entran en la regla. In addition, when an adjective clause is set off with commas, the reduced adjective clause can appear at the front of the sentence. Y entonces la puedo pasar al principio o la puedo dejar en su lugar. Take a look at this. The White House, es la idea principal, is the home of the president. Okay, that's the main sentence. Now, the adjective, subordinate adjective clause. The White House. ¿Qué cosa es el White House? Pudiera haber a alguien que a lo mejor no sepa qué cosa es the White House. Bueno, pues por si acaso le pongo la aclaración o explicación de más. This is extra information which is not strictly necessary to the idea, only in case somebody wouldn't know, or only if I want to show off. La mayoría de las veces es para presumir que yo sé qué cosa es the White House. Okay? Do you remember also appositives? Bueno, este es un poco el appositive, que era un poco dar un poco de información distintiva, ¿no? Del sujeto o del sustantivo. Ok, aquí implica, pero con oración subordinada. So, the White House, which is located in Washington. Por si acaso no sabías que estaba en Washington y no aquí en Texas, ¿no? I mean, it's like, in case you don't know, and in case I can show off, ¿no? Alardeo de conocimiento. So, the White House, which is located in Washington, comma, comma, is the home of the president. So this is a parenthesis that I can take off from the sentence without any problem. Si no lo digo, no pasa nada. The White House sigue siendo the White House. ¿No? Okay. It is an adjective in a positive similarity. So I can drop which because it's the subject, is, which is the verb to be, and I retain the past participle because it is passive. ¿Es voz pasiva? Me quedo con el participio. So the White House, located in Washington, is the home of the president. Y así es como más se usa porque así ya entra con categoría de appositive. O bien lo pongo al principio. Located in Washington, comma, the White House is the home of the president. You see? Sorry?
But in all is not necessary, no?
What do you mean in all is not necessary?
I can take it out of the phrase, you know, the option.
Yeah, but you really want to show off. Sí, pero quieres presumir, ¿no? Entonces, si le quitas la presunción, pues entonces ya me quedé sin galanear, ¿no? Sin alardear. Claro, sí, o sea, son appositives. ¿Se acuerdan que también las appositives la podríamos poner al principio? ¿En dónde vimos appositives? A ver, chéquenles en sus notas. ¿Ya ven por qué siempre les estoy... Los appositives, ¿a dónde los vimos? Fue muy al principio. Three. A ver, chéquenle. ¿Se podía poner antes o no el appositive? Yes, of course. La puedo dejar. O sea, le pongo comas, también, parenthetical, porque es adicional. Y la puedo poner al principio o la puedo poner después del sustantivo en appositive. Al sustantivo al que yo le quiera dar la distinción. ¿No? Benito Juárez, coma, the Mexican president, the benemérito of the Americas, ¿no? Ok, coma, bla, 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 was born in, ok, o puedo poner the benemérito of the Americas, ¿no? The benemérito de las Américas comma, Benito Juárez. I can't do that. It's exactly the same situation now with an adjective clause that at the very end is eliminated as a clause and it remains as a phrase. Al final de cuentas se queda como frase también, optionally, porque la puedo reducir si quiero. Si no quiero, sigo presumiendo, ¿no? Completa o en reducción. And I can pass it at the beginning. Y como bien dice Morgana, ¿eso es opcional? Sí. Por eso lleva las comas. Tanto cuando la pongo al principio, coma, como cuando la dejo en medio, coma, coma. Okay? All right, my people. Breathe in and relax. You're learning lots of grammar. There's no doubt of it. Okay. Tengan sus tarjetas a la mano. Eso es súper importante porque si se dan cuenta muchas cosas, yo las aprendí así por asociación. O sea, esto para mí es una positive, pero ahora con verbo, en subordinación con un juez, le puedo quitar, le puedo hacer. Okay? I'm giving you my best strategies. Okay, well, let's take our break. It's already time for our break. No, it's 4:30, almost 4:35. So, Memo, Beto Memo, are you asleep?
No, teacher.
Oh, great. Are you breathing?
Yeah.
Okay, good for you. Don't stop doing it. Okay,
Yeah.
well, let's enjoy our break and let's meet at 5:10. Is it okay? All right, see you at 5:10. Okay, Beto, I'm gonna leave the session open, just closing cameras and microphones, okay?
Okay, teacher.
Okay, right.
I come
Bye.
back.
Bon appetit. Yes, no problem. Well, we are back now. Okay. It's getting cold. Yesterday rained so hard. It rained really, really hard. I don't know in your area, but there were different, yes, electrical storm. And my sister lives near Ciudad Universitaria, but she goes up. I don't know the name of the place, but imagine that you're going to the Ajusco area, and it is like a hill. It's up. No, she sent me videos when she was on the way driving with her husband. Oh my God, I said, really? It's so shocking. It was like rivers passing by next to her. Oh God. Yeah. So I thought today, hopefully it won't rain like that. But it doesn't seem like rain, does it? Hopefully. All right. Well, let's then see again. So what do we have to recognize here? Well, that this strategy, number 13, is beginning with sentences that are reduced, no? Clauses that are reduced, the ones we can eliminate connector subject and the verb to be, and we obviously can have a continuous form or a passive voice with past participle, right? Here, I guess these three examples are like the key, no? Oh, the woman waiting or waving to us, a letter written, the picture on the table. So we are having these possible reductions. Right. Now, what happens when we do not have a verb to be in the subordinate? It is still possible to do it. Now we need to see carefully because many times we can use ing, but there are some other times where we can also reduce with ed past participle. Okay. And the attention call is not all adjective clauses can be reduced, only the ones having connector subject. Okay. That's it. The final point was mentioning that when we have adjective clauses in an explanatory position, additional information, we can have it like in between commas, but they can also be reduced. And similarly to appositives, we can have the reduction after the noun in a position or before the noun in a position. All right. We have another example that we didn't see before we went to the break. But Beto Memo, are you back?
Yeah, teacher, I'm back.
Oh, great. Okay, so this was the last example that we saw before we went to our break. Now, there's another example. The president, let me get it a little amplified. Okay. The president who is now preparing to give a speech. I am making like a comment to the original sentence. The president is meeting with his advisors, but I say like, by the way, no? This is by the way, who is now preparing to give a speech in between commas. can also be reduced. The president now preparing to give a speech, and I again drop the subject connector and the verb to be. And similarly, I can pass it like this additional comment, by the way. This is not like in the appositive in the previous example, but this other example is bringing us these like particular comments that, by the way, occasionally I want to say something additionally, can also come at the beginning. Now preparing to give a speech, the president is meeting with his advisors. This tends to be like more formal, you know, with a very elegant style in writing. Okay. So here we have an example to answer. All right, let's look at it. What do we have? On several different television programs, comma, that is beep, 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 telling you something. The witness gave conflicting accounts on what had happened. What would you say? Appearing. Appearing on different television programs, comma. This is like, by the way, no? A by the way comment at the beginning with a comma. The witness gave conflicting accounts of what had happened. Okay, a reduction. Now, let's do something. Can we do the inverse part instead of making it reduced, appearing? Instead of reducing it now, can we expand it? Okay, of course you can. What can you do? What do you have to do to return this by the way comment inverted to the full version? Come on, help me out. You can dictate. Sorry?
Which appears.
Okay, but is that the beginning?
Oh.
How do you begin with you have the full version? With the original order, not inverted. So what? Let's try to reverse it. How would you start? Okay, I begin with the subject, of course, which is the logical order, the witness, and then the parenthetical comment, no? How would you do that? Okay. So let's return everything to the regular order. Subject, the witness. What? Comma? Yes, a comma, because I'm going to make like the by the way comment. Who is appearing, or you could even say who appears, no? That could also be possible, who appears or who is appearing. What else? Exactly, on several different television programs, comma, I still have the subject. This is only the subject, because the parenthesis is related to the subject witness. So I am still in the subject with the comma, comment to the subject. Okay, what's next? Gave conflicting accounts. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, there we have it in the full version. Subject, parenthesis, explanation, additional comment, verb, complement. Okay? Good. When we have the full version, we only have one position. Where? Where is it? Immediately after the noun that is being commented or that is being described. I'm talking about the witness. Who is appearing? Who? Who is appearing? Well, the witness. So I need to keep it very close to the noun because they are adjective clauses. Adjective clauses always appear immediately after a noun, the noun that they are defining, describing, or commenting in this case. So it's like an additional commentary. Who appears on different, or who is appearing on different television programs. Okay, got it? Now let's look at, I guess, more information about this. Okay, reduced adjective clauses. With it, they happen only with the verb to be in adjective clauses. And we must probably add what? Adjective clauses of what type? Subject. Like connector subject, let's say. Okay, connector subject. If it is not connector subject, it can't happen. Okay, so with a be verb in the adjective clause and a connector subject, that can be obviously, as we have it crossed out, eliminated because it is a connector subject and the verb be. And how do we reduce it? By adding the verb in ing. Well, that is one option because we also know that it can be in passive voice, no? And in passive, the reduction occurs with past participle, not only with ing. And we also know that it can also happen with prepositional phrases, no? With prepositional phrases. So you make the reduction of the subject and the to be, and the rest can be or an ing or a past participle or a prepositional phrase. Okay? All right, let me make it a little smaller just to move ahead. That's it. Okay, there are some notes, probably they might be interesting. To reduce an adjective clause, omit the adjective clause connector subject and to be, the be verb. Number 2, if there is no be verb, you can still omit the connector subject and change the main verb into ing. That's also possible. We can only reduce adjective clauses only if the connector is the subject, followed by the verb. Followed by the verb. Okay, and finally, if an adjective clause is set off with commas, the reduced clause can be moved to the front at the beginning of the sentence. They are interesting. They are summarizing what we have seen, right? Okay, let's take an exercise. Oops, I'm not going to show you the answers. Come on. Let's do it. Exercise 13, please. Okay. Are you done? Okay, let's correct ourselves. Okay, I'll dictate. This is 13, 13, 13, 13 here. Okay, number 3, correct. Number 4, incorrect. 5, incorrect. 6, incorrect. 7, incorrect. 8, correct. 9, incorrect. And 10, incorrect again. Errors? 2, 1. Okay, 1, 2, 4. Okay, we need to see what's happening. 3, 0. You did like this. 0. Okay, great. Good, Danny. Great job. Fair? 0, 2. Great. Fantastic. Okay, any number in particular that you would like to discuss? 7. Okay. The food placed. Exactly. The error is not in, it's not ing because it's not active voice. It is a passive voice originally. The food is not placing the picnic table. I mean, the food is placed on the picnic table. So you see, the 3 possibilities of having ing, past participle, or prepositional phrase depends on the situation. In this case, the subject, the food, is passive in front of the verb place. So I can't use ing. That's the problem. Got it? Yes, Abril? Yeah, any comment? No? Is this clear? Okay, good. Any other number? Memo?
5.
5. Let's go before. Okay, number 5. The funds who supporting. Okay, if I have who is a connector, I need a subject or a verb in conjugation, not ing. The problem here is supporting ing. It's because it is a reduction. Then I don't need who. No? I can say the fans supporting their teams. Okay, that's good. Or the fans who support or supported their team always come out of the games in large numbers, come out to the games. Okay? So here the problem is that we have a connector, and if we are reducing, we eliminate connectors. We need a verb in the correct conjugation, right? Either of the 2 manners. Or I drop who, and that's it. Or I propose the conjugation after who, because who is the subject.
Do you know if in the office have something for asthma?
Asthma? I don't think so. Are you feeling bad?
Yes.
Oh my God. Would you like to go to the office? Yeah? Don't worry, okay? The class is being recorded. Take it easy. Oh my God, because of the weather, right? It's getting so cold. And she's wearing just a very light shawl like mine, even thinner like mine. Okay. Then let me see if they don't have anything. We can probably send someone to the drugstore if she knows what she can take. Okay? Okay, why don't you discuss another one? Okay, as I am coming back. Come on, Fernando, come over here. You're gonna take my place. Okay? I'm gonna go out from the drugstore if necessary. Come on, go ahead.
Anything else? It was correct or incorrect? Incorrect.
Continue the class, Fernando. You're gonna be in charge, okay? I'm coming back. All right, thank you.
Okay. No, I think. I think so. That's what I noticed. Heard the announcement of the canceled flight, and then we have groaned audibly. So I think it's for we don't have. And I think right there, like this could be the correct way. You heard the announcement of the cancel. But okay. Well, also I think we are missing. No, that's all.
It's because it's a move object, no?
Uh-huh.
No subject.
Uh-huh.
The passengers who.
Uh-huh. In the airport waiting room.
Sorry.
Huh?
The passengers
Uh-huh.
in the airport waiting room who.
Who heard the announcement? Deja ver qué anoté.
The thing that you say is that you think that needs a who in the middle before the there.
Heard? Yeah. Oh, okay. Oh. Well, yeah, I think the reduction it's not complete because in this case the heard it's incorrect because it's not conjugated. For the reduction be complete. Okay.
How? Passengers.
The person who heard the announcement. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Heard ground audibly. No, ground audibly creo que está bien. Según yo es porque en la segunda, en la subordinada, no hay sujeto. I mean, heard the announcement, pero no hay como ni conector ni sujeto para el, o sea, técnicamente sí falta ese Q. Y creo que la reducción no está completa por eso. Porque no hay como adjetivo, no hay nada, según yo. Eso fue lo que yo anoté. Pero pues no soy la maestra.
No es el pasado de
Here, sí. Pero falta, en ese caso, para que esté como completa, faltaría como el sujeto. Y creo que no se relaciona bien por la coma también. porque ya al poner la coma técnicamente está separando las oraciones. Entonces, por la coma que está aquí, según yo, necesitarías un sujeto para que la subordinada entonces se fuera el ground audibly. Eso es lo que yo puse. Ajá. O sea, según yo la subordinada, o sea, está como mal todo, pero según lo que yo noté es que el, o sea, la coma está como mal puesta ahí o está como mal acomodada porque, o sea, la coma separa las oraciones. Entonces, aquí en esta oración, heard the announcement of the canceled flight, falta un sujeto. Y como no hay adjetivo, nada que una esta con esta, pues está mal, según yo.
Puede ser porque
Está como rara.
está reducida y creo que Her debería ser con ING.
Hearing the announcement.
No tienen
Ujú. Espera. Sí, creo que sí. Sí, creo que sí. ING y sí, porque no tiene como to be, o sea, la completa no contiene. Sí, tienes razón, creo que sí es eso.
a menos que sea de waiting.
No, porque waiting room es sustantivo, ajá, entonces no es eso. Según yo, sí es por eso, creo. Porque si aquí no hay, o sea, si la escribes como completa con el adjetivo, no hay verbo to be, entonces necesitas un ing. Sí, tiene sentido. And heard, aquí, hearing the announcement of the cancel. Sí, creo que sí. Sí, porque, o sea, completa sería who heard, ajá, así como está aquí arriba, según yo, who heard, y como no hay un verbo to be, pues sí necesitas un ing en el verbo. O sea, necesitas cambiar el verbo, no quitarlo. Sí, eso tiene sentido. ¿Alguna otra?
Por ejemplo, tuve mal la 8, porque pensé que estaba incorrecta. No, sí, está correcta.
Ajá, sí.
Pero no entiendo por qué está correcta. Ajá. Aquí sí está contraída, ¿no?
Ah,
O sea, ya tiene la I, es por eso que está bien.
no, el año.
Aquí se le quitó el sujeto, lo adjetivo correcto.
Ujú. Sí.
Sí, ¿verdad?
Sí, y de hecho se supone que completo tendría su verbo to be is signed. Algo así.
We used to have a drugstore just across the corner, but then it didn't work out, I don't know, and they just closed it. And now, in case you need it, because I needed once last 2 courses ago, just at the corner where the 7-Eleven is, you turn right, cross the next street, and there it is a drugstore. Okay? Okay, so tell me.
We realized that which is the 9,
Uh-huh.
according of what she mentioned, the reduction is not completed
Uh-huh.
because the heard verb is incorrectly conjugated.
Uh-huh.
So
Right.
who
So
heard,
what would you do?
we decide to add an ing.
ing. So it would be like,
The passengers in the airport waiting room hearing the announcement of the canceled flying ground.
exactly. And that's good because the subject is the passengers. And the passengers is like in an active position hearing the announcement. Yeah, okay. But in this case, then another way of correcting it could be with who heard. Who heard. No? But that is not a reduction. So if I wanted to reduce that, then I would need to, of course, they crossed out who, but then heard should be ing. Good. Good job. Thank you. Okay. Oh, chocolate. Teachers need chocolate in order to have energy. All right. Excellent. That was it, number 9. Yep. All right, let's go on into skill 14. Okay, we might probably stop after skill 14, which is also a reduction. Now, adverb clauses. Can you look into your notes on adverb clauses, please, on your notes? Adverb clauses. In this case, we have although, which is very commonly. It's a contrast or opposition adverb clause, but we can also have when, no? Which is a time adverb clause with the connector when or with although. All right, adverb connector, the adverb connector remains, we don't eliminate the connector, but we have a subject, obviously. So the subject and to be again are omitted. Okay, we saw it at the very beginning with the first example. So although he is rather unwell, the speaker will take part in the seminar. He is rather unwell. No, not always good, but he's going to participate in the seminar. How can we reduce it? We don't eliminate the connectors now. Why? Because we have a subject different from the adjective clauses. Now we have a subject, we eliminate it, and the verb to be. Okay, another example with a time adverb. When you are ready, comma, you can begin your speech. So what can we say? When ready, just with the adjective, when ready. That's very strange because in Spanish we don't say, ¿cuándo listo? Empiezas a hablar, ¿cuándo listo? I mean, that doesn't sound logical at all in Spanish, but in English it is. When necessary, we frequently say, when necessary, call me up, no? When it is necessary. So I drop the verb to be in the subject. These two examples may be used in either the complete form or the reduced form. The connectors, although and when, remain because the subjects, he and you, and the V-verb conjugations are omitted. Okay? Now, this is the first part. Let's begin with differences. What happens if there is no be verb in the sentence? Similarly to what we saw. There is no to be, okay. There is another verb. We use the ing as you did it with the verb heard the announcement. Okay. If there is no be verb in the adverb clause, it is still possible to have a reduced form. The subject is omitted and the main verb, which is not to be, has to be changed into ing. The same thing, no? Same as we saw. Okay, let's see here. Although he feels rather sick, the speaker will take part in the seminar. Although he feels, we have subject and a different verb from to be. What do? We just eliminate the subject and change the verb into ing. Although feeling rather sick, the speaker will take part in the seminar. Another example, when you give your speech, you should speak loudly and distinctly. Okay, you give. Let's eliminate the subject and the verb give into giving. That's it. When giving your speech, no? All right. Well, here I wrote some other alternative examples. Look, Alice, comma, again, with that parenthesis, no? It is probably for the previous examples. I don't know why I put it here, but Alice, who is standing, well, I just dropped Alice, comma, standing by the door is my sister. Parenthesis, by the way, she's standing by the door, no? Alice, who was elected president, is my friend. Passive voice, notice. Anyway, we eliminate the subject connector and the verb to be. Alice, elected president, is my friend. Alice, comma, who lives next door, comma, is a very nice girl. It's a different verb. I drop the connector subject and I change the verb into ing. That's very common. Similarly, for adjectives, adjective clauses, similarly to adverb clauses. All right? So there's no big difference. Look at that. All right. Example. Okay, you look at your books because mine is already answered. Come on, look at your books. Look at the answer and look at the example and answer, please. Okay, do you have it? Okay, so we have when blank, comma, you are free to leave. When what? When the finished report, when finished with the report, when is the report finished? Passive, no? It is passive. When finished with the report, this means when you have finished or when you are finished. It's a passive voice. So I drop, you are finished. When you are finished with the report, comma, you are free to leave. Eliminating, reducing, when finished with the report, when finished, only the passive form. Considering that in the full form, I have I'm finished or you are finished or no? And that's an expression in this case. Because you can also say, I have finished. But as an expression, we typically say to be finished or to be done. You say, I'm done. No? literally, it makes no sense, ¿no? Como que ya estoy hecha, como que ya estoy hecha, I'm done. Pues sí, claro, desde que nací me hicieron, ¿no? But it's an expression metaphorically meaning that you have finished what you needed to finish, no? So in this case, I'm finished, you are finished. So the full form, what would be the full form? Come on, dictate it to me. The full form. When you are finished with the report, when you are finished with the report, you are, comma, you're free to leave. But don't forget the comma here. Notice? Because we are inverting. Because we could say, you are free to leave when you're finished, or when finished with the report. So we can have it inverted with a comma or in the correct order. You are free to leave when finished with the report, or when you are finished with the report. In this case, it's passive, so we don't need ing because we have the three possibilities: active, ing, passive, ed, or prepositional phrases that we haven't found so much now here. Got it? Questions? Memo? Beto, Memo? The two of you there?
No, teacher, I'm fine.
Okay, good. All right. There's a remark here I would like to. Yeah, okay, here we have it. It is exactly what we have explained, but it says it's here. There's another example. It should be noted that not all adverb clauses can be reduced. Not all can be reduced. And a number of adverb clauses can only be reduced if the verb is in the passive form. Okay, so this is like important. Take a look at this example. We have an active and a passive construction of the same example. Look, it says, once you submit your thesis, you will graduate. Once with the idea of when or as soon as, no? Once you submit, this is active because I say you, subject, submit verb, doing the action. It is active. Now, what can I do? In this way, it's going to be quite different to say once submitting your thesis. It could be possible if I drop you and I include ing because it's active, but it sounds better if I take it as in a passive construction. Once it is submitted, your thesis will be reviewed, for example. And in this case, we have an option also with passive form, okay? Once submitted. Una vez enviada, ¿no? Once submitted, your thesis will be reviewed. Una vez enviado el correo, lo pasaré al gerente, ¿no? So that's the idea. Passive voice is commonly used because it is impersonal and it takes like more frequency in use when we speak, rather than personalizing when you submit, once you submit your thesis, no? Once submitting your thesis, that could be, yes, of course. Once submitting your thesis, because it's active, you will graduate. Okay. Then, the chart. what do we have here? Which connectors are possible to be used in this type of reductions? This is necessary to have them copied on your notes, no? On your strategies. Make a good summary of this. With verb, of course, we can reduce adverb clauses. With connectors, we retain the connector, we drop the subject, we drop the verb to be, and we keep ing, okay? And we keep the rest. But if there is no verb to be, then we use any verb in ing as far as it is active. Déjenme agregarles esto. Esto aplica solo cuando es voz activa. Okay? Because when it is passive, this is another alternative. When you have verb in past participle, en participio. In that case, we would be talking about passive. That's also possible. Okay, so let's look at the typical connectors that we can use for reducing active. Nada más se agruparon a los que se van a usar. Aquí está, activo y pasivo. Pero no viene la marca. Ok, lo dejamos ahí, and then we can probably make a signal here. Let's make a signal here, okay? In this chart, okay? Active here. Come on, come on. I really need my drawing pen. These are active, todas estas, y estas de aquí son para pasivo. Okay, so we reduce inactive with these connectors. After, before, since, while, when, if, unless, whether, although, and though. ¿Se acuerdan que todo lo que son adverbios se refieren a tiempo, condición, contraste, lugar, manner, etcétera? Aquí adelante vienen los... There's no connector for manner. In active voice, all right? If you speak them out loud, you can probably recognize that that is correct. Porque es un poco difícil decir, a ver, este sí y este no. Este sí es pasivo. I mean, how can I remember all this list? My suggestion is trust your ear. Say it. Escúchense, pronúncienlo y oigan si suena bien. Porque en estos casos te ayuda mucho tu antecedente de aprendizaje de todo lo que has escuchado el inglés durante años. Y eso está ahí. Entonces, ahí hay un secret wisdom, una sabiduría secreta that you do not know, but it is there. Great capacity hidden, ¿no? Ok, entonces para mí es una manera de despertar mi memoria auditiva. Lo digo y es como en español cuando pronuncias algo que suena raro y dices, así se dice, ahí suena bien raro, ¿no? That's the same idea. Okay, so with active this, with passive this. Okay, in this case, it's almost the same, it's practically the same. Vean, estos son igualitos, pero aquí sí hay de lugar y de modo. Okay? For passive voice. All right. When you want to reduce. If you have these connectors, then you know that it is possible a reduction. Si ven estos conectores y no hay sujeto, eso es como que un poco ya la estrategia, ¿no? A ver, están estos conectores que yo ya los ubico muy bien y no hay sujeto y está una conjugación en mis opciones. Puede ser pasiva o puede ser activa. ING o ED. Y entonces ahí empiezas a tomar decisión. ¿Cómo sabes si es activa o pasiva? ¿Quién te lo designa? Ok, bueno, la forma ed, claro, o irregular. Sí, pero ¿quién te define entre una activa y una pasiva? The subject. O sea, tú tienes que ver si el sujeto es factible que realice la acción, entonces es ing. Pero si el sujeto no es factible de realizar la acción, entonces es un ed. Vamos a suponer que te ponen el blank, ¿no? Y te ponen, teníamos por ahí una de the food placed on the table. Te ponen the food blank on the table. A, place. B, placed. C, placing. And for D, is placed. ¿Cómo vas a saber si es activa o pasiva? Ve al sujeto enfrente del verbo. ¿La comida pone? No. Es puesta. O sea, se pone. Entonces es voz pasiva. No vas a poner the food placing on the table porque el sujeto food no está activo ante el verbo place. Y esto es lo de siempre. Así es como reconocemos la voz pasiva y la voz activa. If I say, the child, blank, this is active and passive, not related to reduced sentences, only a sentence. The boy, blank, a lot of money. A, give. B, is given. C, is giving. And D, gave. No, cualquier cosa. Okay. What would you say? The child, the boy, money, a lot of money. Active or passive? Passive. Passive. The boy, a lot of money. Con el verbo give o gave. ¿Es activo o pasivo en esa idea? A lot of money. ¿El niño está dando mucho dinero? Active. ¿El niño está dando el dinero? ¿De dónde lo sacará? Sería mi pregunta. ¿Cuál es lo lógico? The boy is given a lot of money. Que le dan dinero al niño. O sea, fíjense, por eso es bien importante ubicar al sujeto frente al verbo que tenga lógica. Porque un niño y que yo ponga en el complemento con mucho dinero, o sea, y que lo está dando, pues sí puede ser que lo dé, que lo tenga, ¿no? Pero así como que está dando el dinero, mucho dinero, no tiene tanta lógica a saber que al niño le dieron mucho dinero. ¿Quién lo dio? Pues a alguien, el papá, la abuelita, que los consiente, no yo qué sé. Pero el niño no hace la acción de dar. Entonces, en la voz activa, voz pasiva, hay que ubicar a tu sujeto con respecto al verbo. ¿Es capaz de hacerlo? Es voz activa. No es lógico por su capacidad de hacerlo, es voz pasiva. Okay? I am a teacher. Here. I'm going to give you another example. I am a teacher. Here, just one more simple teacher in the school of the many teachers that are here. Okay. I blank a promotion. The verb give. I was given a promotion. Yo no podría darle una promoción como maestra a cualquiera que anda aquí por el mundo, dar una promoción. ¿Yo a quién se la puedo dar? ¿A quién puedo promover de puesto? No, o sea, no tengo esa capacidad para hacer la acción de darle a alguien un puesto más arriba, pero sí puedo recibir el puesto, ¿no? Entonces puedo decir, I was given a promotion, a salary increase. I was given a salary increase, pero yo no podría decir, I gave a salary increase. Pues, ¿quién es tu empleado, Susana, para que tú le des el aumento? ¿Got it? So that's going to be a key part in this, because if you know that originally from distinguishing between active and passive, the subject in front of a verb defines if it is active or passive in the context. Now, bringing that here, we can make a reduction. Similarly, deciding if the subject in front of the verb in reduction is in ing or in ed. Okay? Got it? All right, to reduce an adverb, omit the subject, omit the V verb. Yes, we know that. If there is no V verb, then omit the subject and change the verb to ing. We know that already.
And it's only for active and participles for passive.
Sorry. You're talking about this chart?
Process a non-verb.
Here, over here?
Mhm.
Okay.
You mentioned before that the verb ing is for active voice and the verb and participle is for passive voice. Yeah.
Yes, that's true. And that's really true. And that's the way of defining whether the subject is actively doing, then I can reduce it only with ing. But if the subject is not capable to do the action, then it is probably receiving it, then it is passive. Yes, yes. So in here probably we would need to add that, ¿no? Como que siempre nos está haciendo falta, como que nos hablan mucho de la voz activa y se les olvida la pasiva. If there is no be verb, then you can omit the subject and change the verb to the past participle. Pero generalmente como la voz pasiva casi siempre es como explícita, pues ya no ni siquiera necesito cambiarlo, ya solo le quito el to be, porque no hay voz pasiva si no hay to be. ¿No? Probably they don't mention it for that reason. Okay, now let's go into exercise 14, my people. Come on, go ahead. Memo, Beto Memo, are you okay?
Yeah, teacher, okay.
Great. How are you feeling? So it takes time, like recovering, right? Mhm. Dizzy? Dizzy. Yeah, you look weak. Yeah, you look weak. Yeah. No, no, please. Okay, but if you feel like that, tell us because I don't want you to get hit on the floor. Yeah, so you'll need to pay attention. You're gonna, okay. No, no.
Yes, the other school I faint.
You fainted.
Yes.
Today?
No,
In the past?
in the past, another school English too, in Mascarones. I faint and
I
called
fainted.
the ambulance.
Oh my
They put
God.
me in the ambulance and went to make me the rope. I don't know how to say it.
A shot? A shot?
No, it's the tracheotomy. Open the
You're in order to breathe.
yeah, because I can breathe and I can tell me that moment.
So you couldn't.
Yeah.
Oh my God, oh
And
my God.
mother, they go and say, no, please stop, it's okay, give it a moment. Because I was more stressed because all the people who was screaming and don't make me
Yeah,
breathe,
neighbors.
relax. And for that reason, biggest.
Oh my
Was
God.
horrible.
Oh God.
Now it's more like
Okay. Well,
peace.
yeah.
Yes.
Is it okay with the air refreshing? It's okay because you're near the door? Yeah, okay. Mhm. All right. Yeah, I was looking at her and she was like this and say, okay. If you really want to leave or go to the office and rest for a while, there's no problem with me because we have the class here.
Yeah.
So whenever you feel you're getting weaker, so you can ask Adriana to take you there, go with you, and then she comes back. Okay? Okay, sure. All right. Then, okay. Oh, okay. Let's see the answers before I show you the analysis. Exercise 14, right? Okay, number 3, correct. Number 4, correct. Number 5, incorrect. 6, incorrect. 7, correct. 8, incorrect. 9 and 10, both correct. Now, everybody look at the incorrect ones, including the one in the example. And I want you to think why they are incorrect, including the one in the example which is incorrect. Okay? Yes, how do you know that it is necessary to use living and not left? How do you know that? You know, she's trusting her inner wisdom. Now, reasoning the thing in a reduced construction, because this is a reduced construction, it has no subject. If I use left as a past participle, what would that be? If it is left as a past participle and not ing, what would it be? What would it mean? Passive. It would mean passive, no? If I have left home, for us, it may probably seem logical if we had a subject. Steve has had to learn how to cook and clean since he left home. Okay, but that is not a complete version. I'm having the reduction. How do you know that it is active and not passive? The verb is live. Who's the subject? Steve, he. It's active or passive? ¿Él se fue o lo fueron? That would be lo fueron. Desde que lo fueron de casa. Pues podría ser. Si lo corrieron, pues sí. ¿No? You see what it means? So it is active since he left home. Desde que él agarró sus cositas y se salió. So active since leaving home. All right. How about the other one incorrect? Which other number? 5. Okay, tell me about it. Why is it incorrect? The ing is not correct. Why? Or passive? Passive. And if you use ing, it means active. Where's the subject? He was, that he didn't select, but that he was not selected. It's passive, not active. Okay. The next. 6. Okay. What's the problem? Active or passive, no? What is it? Active. When purchased at this store, the buyer gets a warranty on all items. ¿De quién hablo? ¿De los artículos o del comprador? Who's the subject? The buyer. Entonces, si el sujeto es el buyer, como que fue comprado, él fue comprado, cuando él fue comprado en esta tienda, that couldn't be logical. So, when purchasing at this store, when he purchases at this store, he gets a warranty. Cada que él compra en esa tienda obtiene garantía. Pero ¿quién compra? Who does the purchase? Active, the buyer, so ing. ¿Sí se dan cuenta cómo hay que ubicar bien al sujeto para definir si es voz activa o voz pasiva? When purchased at this store or when purchasing at this store, the buyer gets a warranty. Como que se comparte el mismo sujeto. ¿Se dan cuenta? Entonces es activo. Okay, I want you to compare that with number 10, no, number 11. No, 9, I'm sorry. There's no 11. Number 9. Comparen esa. Number 6 versus number 9. What is the subject? Ahora sí es comprado. The swimsuits, ¿no? Las cosas. ¿Las cosas compran? No, son compradas. Passive voice. When purchased, comma, the swimsuits cannot be returned. Ya una vez comprados, no pueden ser devueltos. Okay? Do you see the difference? Entonces aquí es bien importante lo que dijimos, ubicar a los sujetos. One is incorrect. 8. This is a car, active. You should negotiate before you buy, active. Buying, before buying. Ujú. Fíjense que esta regla que hemos aprendido desde nivel uno nos la enseñaron casi, ¿no? Nivel uno o 2. Preposición plus verb in ing. Es una forma reducida de la voz activa. Ujú. Okay, good. Oh my gosh, I don't know why my telephone is ringing. Okay, is that it? Yes? Okay, would you like to, okay, I propose answering this concentrated exercise, but not the first, but the second, el que se parece al examen. Okay, skills 13 through 14 in the exam style, ¿vale? Porque es donde más fallamos. Okay. What page is that? 128? 128, everybody. Okay. Done. Okay, can I dictate the correct answers? How are you doing? Ready? Almost? All right, so this was 13 through 14. Yep, I think this is a one. Okay, 1A, 2A, 3B, baby, 4, baby, 5, Danny, 6, Danny, 7, baby, 8, Danny, 9, baby, and 10, baby. Okay, how was it? Good. Okay, that's great. Good. Yeah, you're doing better. Great job. Okay, there are some that might be probably more challenging. Oh, I think I have a chat. I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay. This was at 6:33. Okay, so Memo texted. All right. Let me just respond. I don't know if he's back already, but I just said, okay. All right, so let's see. Numbers. Which number would you like to analyze? 7. Anything else before 7? No. Okay. Okay, yeah, this is quite particular. In Haley, we suppose a place, no? Like a place. Okay, in Haley, comma, because the subject is coming, the best known lecturer was women's rights activist Abigail Scott Dannaway of Portland, Oregon, comma, who could usually be persuaded to speak while in town visiting her son. Okay, it's quite a long sentence. We have a preposition phrase of place telling me where in Hialeah town. We now understand that that's where her son lived and she used to visit him. So the best known lecturer, you know, a lecturer is a speaker, no? Who speak, in this case, in favor of women's rights. The woman is from Portland, Oregon, etc., etc. And then who could, another comma, who could usually be persuaded, this is like a parenthetical remark, no? Who could be persuaded to speak, and then I need town visiting her son. I need like a connector because I have the verb who could be persuaded, which is the verb in passive, persuaded to speak, and then in town, visiting, that could be in town. But I want to be more emphatic. In which moment? While she was in town visiting her son. So this is a reduction. While she was in town. But I don't have the four things. I have while she was, but I don't have in option C. That's not possible. She was in, yes, but I don't have the connector. You see how we eliminate the ones that do not match? Because in order to use a subject verb, I need a connector. Si quiero hacer la full version, en versión completa, necesito un conector para poder poner otro verbo. Ya tengo el conector who con su verbo could be persuaded. Y ahora quiero poner otro verbo, she was, pues no se puede sin conector. Entonces, podría ser este el más cercano, pero ¿qué le falta? En. Entonces la tomamos como una prepositional phrase. ¿Se dan cuenta que también las reducciones pueden aparecer con preposiciones? So the full version here would be, she was persuaded to speak while she was in town visiting her son. Mientras estaba en el pueblo de Haley, ahora sabemos que sí, Haley, ya lo confirmamos, it's a town, ¿no? But I can make it a reduction, la puedo hacer una reducción. ¿Qué quito? Subject and verb to be, ¿no? And I just retain the preposition. Solo me quedo con la preposición. Aquí el ing que viene después es como un segundo complemento a la preposición, porque complementa, estaba en el pueblo, pero ¿haciendo qué? ¿No? For what? What reason? Ah, visiting. En este caso, la reducción no está en visiting, si se dan cuenta. La reducción está en la preposición, porque es en donde quito el sujeto y el verbo. While she was in town, mientras estaba en el pueblo. Ya, si digo, ¿para qué iba al pueblo? Pues bueno, lo complemento con el visiting. her son. En este caso, si ustedes observan, este visiting her son está funcionando solo como un adverbio de modo. Es como cuando decimos, llegó sudando. ¿Cómo llegó? Sudando. O sea, el ing funge como adverbio también. Entonces, en este caso, este visiting no es la forma reducida. Este es el adverbio que me denota cómo, para qué, en este caso, ¿no? She was in town, estaba en el pueblo. Pues, ¿para qué? Pues para visitar a su hijo. Visiting, visitando a su hijo.
In here is una prepositional phrase.
Yes.
The best known lecturer is an adjective. And the
Lecturer is the noun. The lecturer. El adjective is the best known, ¿no? Ajá.
Was woman's is verb.
Is the main verb. Esta es la oración principal.
It's another.
Is the complement.
Okay.
Is the complement. In this case, what we have is like what we call nominal sentences. Las oraciones nominales, el sujeto es lo mismo que en el predicado. O sea, no hay un complemento diferente al sujeto, como en la mayoría de los complementos, como cuando digo, she was in town. Ok, el she es el sujeto, el was es el verbo y el in town is a place. No tiene nada que ver con she. Es el complemento del verbo estar. Pero hay otros enunciados del verbo to be que se les llaman nominales. Este es un enunciado nominal. Por eso como que se confunde entre dónde quedó el sujeto. Ahora sí que dónde quedó la bolita, ¿no? Porque tengo al mismo sujeto en el predicado. Entonces se les llaman nominales porque en el sujeto aparece un nombre y en el predicado aparece otro nombre. Pero ambos se refieren al mismo. Es como cuando dices, Susana is a teacher. ¿Quién es Susana? Pues la maestra. ¿Y quién es la maestra? Pues Susana. O sea, como que si se dan cuenta, los predicados nominales, que son solo exclusivos del verbo to be, hacen eso. Se pueden invertir. Yo puedo decir, Susana is my teacher, or my teacher is Susana. ¿Se dan cuenta? Porque no importa, la persona es la misma, tanto en el sujeto como en el complemento. Y este es un predicado nominal, porque estoy hablando de un lecturer. ¿Y quién es el lecturer? Abigail Scott. Entonces yo pude haber dicho, in Haley, women's rights activist Abigail Scott, Johnny Way of Portland, Oregon, was the best known lecturer. Y suena perfectamente correcto, si se dan cuenta. ¿Sí? Entonces el mejor ejemplo es cuando hablamos de profesiones. Y esta es una profesión. El ser conferencista, pues es un oficio. Y entonces es donde uso el predicado nominal. Normalmente aquí, ¿qué se hace? Pues el orden. El orden establece quién es quién. Porque en este caso, el lecturer, es el sujeto, considerando que es el primero que aparece. Y que el verbo me está dando todo esto que son los calificativos, todos estos son los calificativos del nombre Abigail Scott. Es un poco hasta como su, ¿cómo le llamamos? Appositive, un poco su apositivo, ¿no? Que también podría pasar a la posición de sujeto si yo lo quisiera invertir. Entonces, es muy común este tipo de enunciados nominales. Entonces, si ustedes se dan cuenta, hasta acá yo ya acabaría la oración. Punto. The best known lecturer was Abigail Scott. ¿En dónde? Porque pues puede haber muchos lecturers, best known lecturers. In Haley. Entonces pongo primero in Haley. In Haley, the best known lecturer was this woman. Y ahí acaba. Esta otra coma que tengo acá, esta coma de aquí, es una coma de explicación. Es paréntesis. Porque yo quiero aclarar that when she came to visit her son, people convinced her to speak as a lecturer, but she was not going to the town as with the lecturer hat. She was going as a mother to visit her son, but people recognizing her would probably ask her, persuade her to give them a speech. ¿No? So this is just a parenthesis. Ahora tengo la coma antes, ya no tengo la coma al final, pues porque aquí se acaba. ¿No? Pero si este comentario viniera en medio, pues entonces pondría otra coma y seguiría hablando. So this was particularly confusing because of this long description that we have. Y esta es coma de inversión con el prepositional phrase y esta es coma de aclaración o by the way commentary. Ajá. Y pues es complementaria. Pude haber parado ahí. ¿Ok? And then we go into the missing in a reduced form of the third possibility that we have seen. We have seen reduction with ing, reductions with prepositions, but here we have it. Aquí está un ejemplo de la reducción frente a una preposición. Okay, so I eliminate she, I eliminate was, while in town. While in town. I am reducing. Got it?
But then only you can do it in writing or when you speak to.
No, in speaking, at speech, it's also common. Yes, this is kind of formal, but in narrative forms or in economical language, we use it a lot. Before leaving, okay, antes de que te vayas, you know, y lo hago reducido. ¿Qué le podría haber dicho in full? Before you leave, pero no dije before you live, sino digo before leaving, please. ¿No? ¿Sí se dan cuenta? O sea, esta es una forma reducida que aplica tanto a nivel oral, porque es economic language, and remember that English tends highly to be economical. Contractions, you know? Yes, yeah, it's horrible. All right, this was a good one. Yeah. Okay, any other number? Number 8, yes. What we have there? Who can explain? Come on. The National Restaurant.
It's also, by the way, based in Washington.
Exactly. Like reducted commentary. The National Restaurant, I can probably say, well, all of them have association. So ni siquiera tendrían que haberme las puesto 4 veces, sí, pues se lo hubieran puesto arriba y ya, ¿no? But that is part of the distraction to you to cause problem in your vision. So the National Restaurant Association, ese es de seguro, porque las 4 la traen. Ahora, ¿qué? In Washington, coma, a ver, si yo me fuera por la A, ¿qué? It is not economical, but it is the subject. Sería el sujeto. ¿No? Y entonces, ¿por qué le pongo una coma entre el sujeto y el verbo says? ¿No se les haría ilógico? Okay, then it is not. The National Restaurant Association in Washington says, sin coma. porque ese es el sujeto. ¿De quién hablo? De la National Restaurant Association in Washington. Hasta ahí estaría mi sujeto. Y luego el verbo says. Perfecto, pero entonces ¿para qué tiene la coma? I don't need to separate the subject with a comma from the verb. I don't say, Karen, comma, lives near the school. Why? Karen, comma. Karen lives near the school and that's it. So here the comma is defining me that letter A is incorrect. ¿Se dan cuenta cómo aquí la pura coma es la que me está diciendo que esta no puede ser? Porque entonces estaría separando sujeto de verbo. Ahora, the National Restaurant Association is in Washington. Muy bien, ya tendría un verbo 1. ¿Por qué voy a tener un verbo 2 sin conector? ¿No? Si ya puse un is in Washington, pues ahí sería la idea principal. Pues sería un punto y un pesar con un sujeto o un conector con su sujeto. Y entonces busco dónde está un conector con su sujeto, ¿no? A ver, dice The National Restaurant Association, which is in Washington, coma. ¿Por qué esta no puede ser? A ver, ¿quién me explica si tiene el conector, por qué no puede ser? ¿Por la? Por la coma, porque sigue siendo el sujeto, porque el which is se está refiriendo a la association, esta sería una adjective clause describing the association. Entonces, pues pertenece a donde esté association, ahí se va la cláusula. Entonces volvemos a lo mismo, no llevaría coma, porque sería sujeto. The National Restaurant Association, which is in Washington, says, esto es lo que dice esa asociación que está en Washington. Sería un sujeto con su adjetiva embarazado. Pero no dejaría de ser sujeto del verbo says. ¿Quién es el que dice bla, 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 federal efforts? The National Restaurant Association. Ok. Si ya tengo una coma, ¿qué necesito? ¿No? Pues la otra coma. By the way, parenthesis, which is based. Le quito el which is. Esta es una adjetiva aclaratoria, por eso coma, por si no lo sabías dónde está ubicada, que esta asociación está en Washington, pues te lo menciono. Por eso te lo menciono entre paréntesis, coma, before and after. Y además te la menciono reducida. Si está reducida, ¿qué pude haber puesto en el orden? Cámbienme el orden, ya correcta. Cuando tengo el parenthetical reduced, puedo hacer algo que cuando está completa no. Exactamente, Karen. Cuando está reducida, la puedo pasar al principio. Quedar en su lugar. Entonces, esta está reducida, puedo pasarla al principio. ¿Cómo diría? Based in Washington, coma, the National Restaurant Association says, ahí está luego, sujeto y verbo, subject, verb, says that, bla, 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 hasta el final. ¿Sí se dan cuenta? Todo eso lo tienen que aprender a ir descifrando al momento en que están contestando. ¿Ok? Good. It helps you, particularly when your inner wisdom to the type of question and you are insecure, try to make this analysis, this interpretation. ¿Ok? Para mí la base es, yo sé gramática, uso mi sujeto, mi verbo, mi complemento y eso me va a salvar. Ubico al sujeto, ubico al verbo. Si hay dos verbos, ¡pum! Problema. Necesita haber conector. ¿Sí? Entonces aquí, por ejemplo, en esta, pues en automático. Hay un conector, digo, hay dos verbos, pero no hay conector. Esta sí tiene conector y tiene verbo, pero tengo que ubicar que es parte del sujeto y la coma no va, porque nunca separo al sujeto coma verbo, por muy largo que sea. All right, this was also a good choice. All right, number 8. Any other? 9. Okay. Yep. Tell me. Let me. Ajá. In North America, tengo ya una preposición, pero me falta algo atrás. Qué sospecho, ¿no? Una reducción por ahí, ¿no? A ver. In North America, waterways less than a decade ago, zebra mussels, que son como moluscos, have already earned a nasty reputation. Hay una coma aquí. Presto atención a todo esto. Quiere decir que es una reducción puesta al principio, por eso tiene una coma, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la reducción? Ajá. Yes, although first cited less than a decade ago, aunque fueron vistas pues relativamente reciente, ¿no? Ya se ganaron una reputación en 10 años de que las odian, ¿no? A los moluscos. Ok. Although first cited, ¿a dónde está la reducción? Ok. Although they were, exactly, although they, ¿quiénes son they? ¿Quién es el sujeto? The zebra mussels. Although they were passive voice first cited, de voz pasiva, aunque ellas fueron vistas por primera vez hace menos de 10 años. In a reducted way, I drop the subject, they, and verb to be. Although first cited in North American waterways less than a decade ago, comma, zebra mussels, subject, the mussels, plural, have already earned a nasty reputation for blah, 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 blah. ¿Eh? Que se pegan, se adhieren a las cañerías, a los tubos de agua, a los flujos de agua. Okay. Good. Yes, got it?
Just one question with the comma.
Yes.
In this case, it's like positive.
Like what?
Like an appositive. Because
No, because in an appositive, I would need a second comma to have the possibility to. So why do we have this comma? Because although a subordinate connector that is coming before. Es como cuando empiezas con when the rain stops, comma, we will go out of the school. O sea, el when y el although son adverbios subordinados, son subordinantes. Adverbial clauses, por eso se llaman cláusulas adverbiales. Adverbial clauses. They are not independent. And when they come before the main idea, you need a comma. Cuando las inviertes, porque lo lógico sería, primero háblame de quién, pues zebra mussels, aquí empezaría mi oración principal. Zebra mussels have already earned a nasty reputation, although they were first sighted in North America just 10 years ago. El although, el when, whenever, while, son adverbios subordinantes. ¿Qué quiere decir? Que si los pongo al inicio es porque después va a venir la oración principal, necesito una coma para indicar lo mismo que pasa con el prepositional phrases. ¿Dónde es el lugar de los prepositional phrases? Al final, en el complemento. Pero cuando decido empezar por in 1999, I bla, 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 una coma, porque invertí el orden. Esta es una inversión entre la idea principal y la subordinada. La que va primero es la principal. Pero si decido hacer la inversión para darle más fuerza al significado, pues nada más marco la coma. That's important.
I'm lost about how do I know when a connector is in. Because I thought that the D.
Zero, but here you, a D. Okay. Here I would say that the problem is not like only missing a connector. There's another problem here. We don't have a connector. First is not a connector. No. This is like an adjective. But citing, ing, what does it mean? Active. ¿Quién es el sujeto de citing? ¿A quiénes o qué cosas están viendo? Las zebra mussels están viendo. Ellas están haciendo la acción de cite. So here we have two problems. Because probably you would consider first as a connector that it can be. Hay veces en que sí puede ser. Pero pues necesitaría sujeto, verbo y complemento, ¿no? O bien, si es reducción, necesito que este ing aplique a un sujeto activo. ¿Y quién ve a los moluscos pegados ahí en su tubería? Los mismos moluscos se ven. I mean, people, ¿no? Living in North America. Entonces, aquí, si tú tomas el first por un conector, que sí puede ser, no aquí, aquí es un adverbio enfático, porque también puede ser adjetivo, puede ser adverbio o puede ser un conector de alto impacto, como el nevertheless, however, additionally, first, sí se puede, pero generalmente en ese sentido lleva comas. Y no puede venir una reducción después, porque no es subordinante. Acuérdense, ¿cuándo se puede reducir? Cuando son adjective or adverbial clauses that are subordinate ideas. Solo puedo reducir en ideas subordinadas, en ideas independientes, no. Entonces, cuando yo te digo, first, you need to prepare a summary of your strategies. Second, you have to, tengo que poner sujeto y verbo, no puedo hacer reducciones porque estoy haciendo oraciones independientes. Ahora, aquí, pues en ningún momento el first es un conector subordinante. Aquí puede ser tomado inclusive por el sentido que tiene aquí. Although first cited, es como, le llamamos intensificador, adverbio intensificador, porque te da determinada intensidad, determinada intención en la acción. Es como cuando te digo, I really love my students. Ese really tiene la función de intensificar al verbo love, ¿no? Entonces, esa es la función y se ponen antes de lo que van a intensificar. Y en este caso está como intensificador antes del verbo. También aquí, pero el problema de aquí es que no puede ser voz activa, entonces desde aquí lo eliminaría porque lo veo en ing. ¿Ok? Is this now better, Anita? Yeah? Okay. How challenging grammar can be, right? And let me tell you that English grammar is considered an easy stuff compared to Spanish or French. Oh my God, that is quite a thing. All right, but there are little things that we really need to pay attention to. Entonces aquí Alma era, fíjate, acá está el although, que es, este sí es el conector, el first es el enfático del cited, pero además es voz pasiva porque estoy hablando de los muscles, que son los animalitos, ¿no? Entonces, ellas son vistas las almejas o los mejillones o las ostritas, ¿no? Son como moluscos. Ajá. All right. And this was easier, wasn't it? Number 10. All right, my people, how do you feel? Do you still have energy for this last one? Para ya no meter más información. A ver, déjenme nada más echar ojito. Creo que ya acabamos con, exacto, ya acabamos con el paquete de reducciones. Ahora vamos a empezar a ver la próxima clase, un tema muy importante que ya dimos, anticipo. When do we invert subjects and verbs? Do you remember? We had it here. Cuando escribimos en pizarrón que como estaba invertido, ¿qué pasaba con el sujeto y el verbo? ¿No? Ok. Bien, esto va a ser para la próxima clase. Ya no quiero saturarlos ahorita. ¿Qué les parece si contestamos este? ¿Sale? Es recollecting from 1 to 14. Todas sus estrategias. Ok. So far. All right. Done? What you doing? Well, something happened to my file. Take a look at it. And I need to close it. And if I close it, well, I will have to save all the notes that we have done, and it may take time. So let's just leave it open exactly up to the part. Okay, so let's check the correct answers, okay? Oh, sorry, I had a... Okay, right. And all right, so let's see. Exercise 1 through 14. Number 1, letter D, Danny. Number 2, A. Number 3, Danny. Number 4, baby. 5, Danny. 6, baby. 7, C. 8, Danny. 9, A. And 10, letter D. D, Danny. Yes, sorry, Danny. Number 6, B, baby. All right, so errors, I want to know. Good job. 1, 2, not bad. I mean, 1, 2, great. Okay, 4 and 3. All right, we need to see what's happening over there. Abril, did you get any? Yeah, 2, okay. Jenny, 0, 1. Everybody at least got 0, 1. Nobody got 0. Okay, let's see which ones made you suffer. Come on, tell me a number. Number 8, nothing before number 8. 7, anything before 7? No. Okay. Did you detect number 5? Yeah? Number 5. Okay, this is a noun clause. Noun clauses happen to be like one of the most difficult to detect because they are all substituting the subject. And when you try to find a subject, you think there are other words that can be subject, but it is the subordinate noun clause, the one taking the whole position of a subject. So very quickly, just number 5 here. Here we have it, which is on skill number 9 on page 114. We are working with noun clauses in subject positions. Okay? And what does a noun clause mean? That we are substituting the name, a noun, by a complete sentence. And this substitution is happening in the subject of the main idea. So I have all the sentence as a subject, then the verb, and then the complement. Okay? So here we have a verb, has since grown. A cheese shop has since grown into a small conglomerate consisting of blah, blah, blah. What has grown into a conglomerate? What began as a cheese shop? A cheese shop, okay? A cheese shop. But what began as a small cheese shop became later a conglomerate. No? So as you can see, the verb has since grown, ha crecido desde entonces. What? What is the subject? Who or what has grown? A cheese shop, but I need something before. What began as a cheese shop? Lo que empezó como una tiendita se ha convertido. ¿Quién se ha convertido? Lo que empezó como tiendita. You see? This is a noun clause. Y vean cómo es con what. It's not a question. It's what began, lo que empezó. As a cheese shop. Y no hay coma. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué no tengo una coma después de what began as a cheese shop? Because it is the subject. Es un noun clause in the subject position.
The main verb is grown. Yeah.
Has grown, yes, present perfect. Has since grown. Este since es el mismo caso del first que mencionó Alma. Es un regulador que está enfatizando algo del verbo grown y se pone antes. Intensifying adverbs. Son adverbios llamados como de intensidad o reguladores, moderadores del verbo. Okay, so number 7 then, no? Over here, Morgana, number 7, you said it. Sí, es una de las más falladas, vean, es la que está trabajada con color y toda la cosa. Okay, let's see how it goes. A ver, vamos a analizarla. Dice, because the project depends on a preposition at the federal level, comma, this comma is telling me that because is a subordinate connector that is inverted with the main idea. So the main idea begins with the subject, the city and county. City and county are the subjects of the main verb. The city and county may have to wait until the budget cutting ends. Okay? So I can return because after. The city and county may have to wait until the budget cutting ends because the project depends on what happens at the federal law. This is also a noun clause, but now not in the subject, in the complement of a preposition. Complemento de preposición. On what happens. Entonces, el que la ciudad y el condado tengan que esperar al recorte del presupuesto, ¿no? Es debido o es porque el proyecto depende de lo que suceda. Ese lo que usamos nosotros es un noun clause. What happens at the federal level. Okay? Yes, Morgana? Do you have it?
I think that yes.
Y vean, aquí lo que hice fue contar los verbos en naranja. ¿Cuántos verbos hay? A ver, es uno, el depends, tercera persona. Because the project depends on, pero acá está su conector. Because, ¿no? Y luego, may have to wait. Ah, ok, el segundo verbo está acá. What happens? ¿Qué es lo que falta en este hueco? What happens? Ahí está el verbo. Porque es subordinada y acá está su conector what. What happens at the federal level? Coma, termina la subordinada o las subordinadas. Acá hay dos subordinadas, ¿se dieron cuenta? Y luego, the city and county es la idea principal y el tercer verbo sería may have to wait. Puede que tenga que esperar. Y luego, until viene otra subordinada. ¿Hasta cuándo va a esperar? Until the budget cutting, hasta que el recorte del presupuesto termine. Ends. 4 verbos. ¿Qué quiere decir? Mínimo una principal. Las otras 3, aquí están sus conectores. El because es el conector, el what es el segundo conector y el until, adverbio de tiempo, time adverb, conector de la última subordinada. 3 subordinadas, cada una con su conector. ¿Detectan esto? La única que no tiene conector, pues es la oración principal, porque no se subordina a nada. No hay que conectarla con nada. Good. All right, number 8. Somebody had asked number 8 and we are leaving, okay? Y nos vamos. Ahora sí que la última y nos vamos. Ay, ya se vio, vean. Ah, okay. Number 8. No, number 8. Was it the problem in number 8? Okay. This is quite simple. ¿Cuántos verbos hay? A ver, vean verbos, bien conjugaditos. ¿Cuántos verbos se encuentran? How many? 1. Appears. I'm sorry. Lo demás no es verbo, es complemento del appears to have been done. Esto es un infinitivo, pero el verbo en realidad es appears. Es como cuando digo, I want to go. Ok, mi verbo es want. To go is infinitive as a complement of want. So, solo, ok, y luego, otro verbo, is. Hay 2 conjugados. ¿Qué quiere decir? ¿Qué me falta? A connector. Porque no puedo tener 2 verbos sin un conector. So, tengo 2 opciones, ¿no? Where most o where the most. What is it? Where the most definite study of a Western hard rock mining community cemetery appears to have been done. is in Silver City, Nevada.
So the main subject is everything until done, right?
Right. And the verb
Is
is the main verb. Este es el verbo, el is. Porque el otro es verbo subordinado al where. Where the most definite study of a Western hard rock mining community cemetery appears to have been done is in Silver City, Nevada. En donde el estudio más determinante, porque no es tanto definitivo en su traducción, en donde está un estudio muy determinante sobre un cementerio de una comunidad minera, ¿no? Aparece o parece haberse hecho, parece haber sido hecho, es en esta ciudad, o en esta ciudad, Silver City. En esa ciudad es en donde parece, ¿no?, que existe el más claro ejemplo de un cementerio, de una comunidad minera, ¿no?, que pudo haber sido realizado ese cementerio ahí. So it's quite a confusing sentence. Es otra vez una. ¿Qué tipo de oración es esta subordinada de qué? Noun clause. Porque está en el sujeto. Es el sujeto. Entonces ese where, the most definite, ese conector está dentro del sujeto y toda la oración es el sujeto hasta llegar al is. All right. Is that it? Yeah? Okay. Almita, you are even like... Yeah. Hasta se desgreñó Almita así de la desesperación, miren. Así, ya hasta se le cayó aquí el chino de un lado y de otro. Okay. Well, my people, today was just all about structure. Nos picamos y ya no pasamos a reading. Fair? Question?
yeah.
That's it.
No, yeah, I have a question. It's number 9.
Yeah, number 9. Yeah.
The connector cannot be that because of that is before.
No. Okay, look. One of the areas of multimedia that, ahí está el primero, is growing quickly. Este that es adjetivo del multimedia o de one of the areas, una de las áreas que, okay, that is growing quickly. Y aquí yo también concuerdo en que hay un problemita de puntuación, ¿no? Porque es como, by the way, ¿no? Yet is easily overlooked is sound. Este yet va, ese es el conector. Yet is easily, y está como compartiendo el that de aquí. One of the areas that, o sea, es el areas, one of the areas that is quickly, that is growing quickly. One of the areas is easily overlooked, y esa misma área is easily overlooked, se quitó su sujeto. Como cuando en el and quito el sujeto. Ajá. Entonces, aquí yo lo que hubiera hecho es quitar el verbo to be también. Yet easily overlooked, porque puede ser reducida. Pero aquí no quedó la reducción completa. Entonces, como que quitaron el it después del conector yet it is easily overlooked, pues entonces lo reduzco y de una vez le quito el is. Yet easily overlooked. Aunque, aquí sería como un aunque, ¿no? Aunque fácilmente ignorado. Una de las áreas de multimedia que está creciendo mucho, aunque es fácilmente olvidada o descuidada, es el sonido. ¿Dónde está la idea principal? ¿Dónde está el sujeto? No,
Areas.
Areas.
nada más.
Areas
Which
of
areas?
multimedia.
The areas of multimedia. Which areas of multimedia? That is growing, one of those areas of multimedia that is growing quickly, yet easily overlooked y sin embargo fácilmente olvidadas o pasadas por alto. Ujú. Aquí no le pusieron la puntuación porque el yet equivaldría como el aunque, como al though o al although. Y por eso como está en su lugar, como oración subordinada, pues primero el inicio de la principal. Pero si se dan cuenta, quedó dentro del sujeto de la principal. El sujeto es one of the areas of multimedia, pero el that te está hablando de esa área de multimedia que está creciendo y el yet te está hablando de esa área que también es descuidada o no es muy atendida. Y luego ya te dicen, ¿cuál es esa área? Sound. Oh, God. Aquí yo sí le quitaría el is. A mi punto de vista, aquí hacerlo de una vez completamente reducted. ¿Para qué reduzco quitando el puro sujeto? Yet easily overlooked. Y ahí está en voz pasiva. ¿No? Entonces, ¿para qué necesito el is?
Maybe they want it to be.
To make it more difficult, yes. But that's the only choice. Es la única opción. Es la única que queda. Sí, porque este es el conector, perfecto. Entonces hay conector. ¿A dónde hay otro conector? Este. That is easily overlooked. Pero aquí yo necesitaría, como hay dos that, necesitaría en that. ¿Se acuerdan que lo dijimos? Si ya hay un that antes, el segundo that, pues lo uno con el and that. Entonces yo diría, one of the areas of multimedia that is growing quickly and that is easily overlooked, suena bien, is sound. Pero no tiene el and. Entonces no puedo poner un that junto al otro sin ningún conector. Entonces, la única que tiene conector es el yet. Okay? Well, don't get discouraged. You are learning. That is the most beautiful thing. You're learning deep grammar, okay? So feel proud of yourselves that you are struggling. Look at her. Karen is just, yes, eating to comfort herself. Está llorando y comiendo. Sí, mami. No? Okay. Wow. Let's say goodbye to ourselves, okay? Let me stop sharing. And let's, bye. Hello. Am I doing it correctly? Alvita ya hasta se peinó, Alvita. Después de que la desgreñamos con el grammar. All right, no, I'm just kidding, huh? All right, bye, Memo.
Bye, teacher. See you
Bye-bye,
next Saturday.
see you, bye.
See you.
Enjoy Happy Independence Day with pozolito and tequilita. Okay?
Yeah.
And tinga toast and patita toasts.
And picadillo